Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hack, and we're doing all the hacking stuff. TGIF, everybody. I hope you're having a great Friday. We're going to be sailing on to the weekend, but first we're going to get a lot of hacking done today. So we've got 4 topics lined up, as is per usual on our streams, and the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing Human Resource Machine. So this is a fun little assembly-like game that we've been playing for the last couple of months now on Fridays, and we're getting kind of close to the end. I think it'll take another. I don't want to say it's going to take another month or so, but it might take another month or so for us to finish this off. But after that, we've got some new games we've got lined up after that for the beginning of the streams. So that's going to be in the first hour. In the second hour, we're going to be doing Temperance CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So these are going to be Python programming labs. We're going to be using Python to script up some solutions for these CTF exercises, and that's going to be in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be working on the Nightmare Reverse Engineering course. It's going to be more like binary hacking at this point in the course, because we've kind of strayed away from the pure reverse engineering part, but it's okay. We need to learn binary hacking as well, and we're going to be doing that in the third hour of today's stream. In the last, for the last activity of today's stream, well, we're not actually going to be doing Try Hack Me. We're going to be doing a new platform, and the new platform is called OLIcyber. So there was a cool Italian cybersecurity student, cybersecurity professional, not completely sure, and they recommended this website over here. It's called OLIcyber.it, and it's an Italian cybersecurity education platform. So this is it right here. I mean, the website is in Italian, but that's fine because we have translation capabilities on our web browsers, and we can also plug anything that's in Italian into our Google Translate or any other translating app, and we can hack internationally. That'll be a lot of fun. So that's going to be the last thing we're going to be doing. We're going to be going through they've got a lot of challenges over here, and we're going to take a test drive and see what this platform is like compared to other platforms. I think it'll be kind of similar to Pico CTF, but I haven't tried it. I haven't really tried this out, so we're going to be discovering it together for the last thing we're going to be doing on today's stream. So let's go ahead and start up the first thing we're going to be doing today, and the first thing we're doing is Human Resource Machine. Let me put 70 minutes on the clock, and we'll start with this game. Okay, so I'm going to boot up the game now, and then I need to connect it to the stream. Just a second. Okay, so this is the game. Just need to connect the game audio. Just a second. Okay, you should be able to hear it now. Yeah, so you should be able to hear the game audio. Let's go ahead and start. Okay, this is it here. We will go full screen, and then we'll start solving some of these puzzles. So we were previously doing the duplicate removal level over here, and I was off stream. I was taking a look at this thing, and I think I have it figured out. Let's go into the level, and then we'll talk a little bit about this. So if you're not familiar with Human Resource Machine, it's a game where you have to use where you have to use assembly language, well, an assembly language basically to solve some tasks. So we've got this level here, duplicate removal. Okay, you're fired. Haha, okay. Haha, just kidding. But I have a note from your other supervisor. She's out sick today. But she says it's time to eliminate inefficiencies. And that's it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain what we're doing inside of the program over here. So the program is going to be on the programming instructions are going to be on the right hand side of the screen. And the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be initializing an array. So what I think we're going to be doing here is, first of all, we've got a few different positions that we're going to be setting up. So we've got our 0 variable over here, then there's the count, the letter, the current letter, and the array of the position. I guess we should do one more. So the next memory position we're going to define over here is going to be array position. Okay, so array position, I guess this is array position, and I guess we'll do an array iterator as well. So ARR ITR for iterator. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to zero all of those out, and this is what we're gonna do. So let's see, the array iterator also has to be zeroed out first over here. So the first thing we do is we copy from 0, and then we fill up all of these over here with the zeros, because we're going to be using them later. But anyways, what else are we supposed to do? So in the initialization step, we need to make sure that each of these arrays needs to have a letter inside of them. So the goal of the level is this: send everything from the inbox to the outbox. Unless you've seen the same value before, discard any duplicates. So what we need to do inside the program is we need to make sure, we need to compare the current letter with all of the letters that we've seen already. And what we've seen already, we're going to be storing them inside of this array. So there's 4 positions for this array. Hopefully there's not more than 4 letters that are duplicates, because if there are, then we're going to be in trouble. Okay, so when we initialize the level here, we're going to need to grab from the inbox, and then we're going to need to fill up these over here. So the array here, position 1, 2, 3, and 4. I guess if we were real serious programmers, we would call this first one position 0. But anyways, so grab from the inbox, and then we're going to copy to array position 1, and then copy to array position 2, copy to array position 3, and copy to array position 4. So this is the array that we're going to be checking against. When we do our check against with the current letter against all of the letters in the array, eventually we're going to get to the end of the array, which is going to be 0. And we need to do a check to see if we get to the end, which is 0, and if that's the case, we need to put the letter into the outbox. Okay, and so copy to all of these locations. And then what do? And then we outbox this. Okay, so this is the entire initialization step right here. So the next thing we need to do, after that, we're going to have one letter that's already been seen, and then we need to iterate through the rest of these letters. So how are we going to do that? So grab from the inbox again. We're going to copy it to the current letter. Copy it to the current letter. Actually, we're not going to call this current letter. We're going to call this the temporary temporary 1. So we're going to do a subtraction for temporary 1 and temporary 2 to check if it's the letter in question. So temp 1, and this will be temp 2. Okay, and then array position and array iterator. This is fine. Okay, array iterator is going to be 0. End array is going to be 0. Array position is going to be 0. Temp 2 doesn't need to be 0. Okay, so grab from the inbox, copy that to temp 1, and then grab the copy from the reference of array iterator. Oh, sorry, in the initialization step, we also need to bump up the array position as well. Okay, so let's see. So outbox and then bump up array position by 1. Great. And then, so copy from array iterator. We'll copy this to temp 2. And we're going to be doing a subtraction here. So the loop is, well, this is the loop. This is the loop here. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of these previous instructions. They're going to confuse me a little bit. So I'm just going to get rid of them. Okay, so we know at the very end, if we get to the end, we need to output the letter that is in temp 1. So we're going to, at the very end, we will copy from temp 1 and then outbox it. And then we will start the loop over again. So this is the initialization step. It's not going to be part of the loop. Okay, so what else can we do here? Do we need to adjust anything? Do we need to bump anything up? I don't think we do. Okay, actually, wait. We need to reset the array iterator. Yeah. Okay, so in the end step, we need to reset the array iterator. So this is what we're going to do. So we're going to add a couple more instructions. So copy from 0 and then copy to array iterator, and then we're going to start the thing all over again. Okay, so what else is supposed to be going on inside the loop? So in the loop, we grab from the inbox, we copy it to temp 1. We copy it to temp 1, we grab from the reference of array iterator, copy that to temp 2, and then we do what? We do a subtraction. Copy to temp 2, copy from temp 1, and then we subtract temp 2 to do the comparison. Subtract temp 2, and if 0, that means we've seen it before. And if we've seen it before, that means we can skip this iteration. So if 0, we jump back up to here, to the top of the loop. But if it's not, then we need to do something. We need to do... If it's not, then we need to iterate through the loop. Iterate through the loop, which means we bump up the array iterator, and then we jump back up to the top of the loop. No. We bump up, we jump up to this part here. This part here where we test against the various parts of the array. So let's see. Actually, I think we need to... Here. So copy from the thing, the reference of the array iterator, and then copy from the reference of the array iterator. We also need to jump out of here if it's 0 as well. So if that is 0, then we need to go to the end. Okay, so go to the end and then repeat the loop. Let's see what this looks like when we run the program. So remember, the program, what it's supposed to do is send everything from the inbox to the outbox. Unless you've seen the same value before, discard any duplicates. So if we have not seen it before, we also need to copy this thing to... we also need to copy the current letter to the array position. So the array position is going to slowly fill up with letters that we've seen before, and this is how we're going to do it. So end, copy from temp1, and then copy to the reference of array position, and then outbox. Copy from 0, reset the array iterator, and then repeat the loop. Okay, so let's run the program, see if it works. Okay, so we grab the letter, we fill all of the array with the same letter, because this is the letter that we're going to be comparing it against. Okay, then we grab a letter, put it in, compare it, compare C with A, so, and then we're going to compare C with A again because we're looping through each one of these arrays, each one of the items in the array. So when we finally get to the end of the array, then we're going to break out of the loop. Okay? Okay, so this is the end of the array, so we're going to skip to the end. We're going to put the letter that we've seen before here. We're going to zero out the array iteration, and then we're going to do the comparison again. So when we get to the C, and when we compare it, it's going to come out as a 0, and that means we're going to skip this letter. Okay, so we skip this letter, and then we grab a new letter. Oh, you know what? There's something I forgot. Okay, if 0, we need to do something. Let's see. So here, if we do the comparison to subtraction, if it's 0, then we need to jump up to the top. Actually, I think we'll zero out the array iterator up here at the top of the loop. So let me get rid of this. So at the top of the loop, we will zero out. So copy from 0, copy to array iterator, the 0, and then grab from the inbox. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, we'll speed it up a little bit. So we're just initializing all of the arrays with these E letters. So right now, the letter E is being compared with all of... The letter C is being compared with the letter E over here. So we're just going to output the C, and then zero out, and then grab a new letter. So when we get to the second part of the array here, it's going to see that it's a duplicate letter, and then it's going to reset. Okay, and then we grab the letter B. We have not seen the letter B before, so this should pass the test, and then we will put the letter B in the third slot here. Okay, and at this point I realize that there are 5 letters here, which means I've made the array too small. I've made the array too small. 187, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, just a second, everybody. I need to make the array one slot bigger. Okay, so this is not going to be end array. I'm going to call this one letter 5. And this is going to be the end of the array. So end array. Oh boy, I sure do love spelling stuff with the mouse. Okay, so we need to adjust our program now. So copy to here, end array, array iterator, copy to inbox, and then copy to L5 as well. So letter number 5. Okay, and everything else should be okay. It should be the same now. All right, let's run the program again. Okay, so we filled up with the array with B's, and then we do the comparison. So eventually, it's going to see we're going to get to the end of the array. And then we're going to put the B in the second slot. So now we've got the scene letters B and D. And we're going to skip that one because we've seen it before. Same thing here. We're going to skip this letter. Okay, now we've got the letter E. So we haven't seen the letter E before, so when we do our comparisons, none of them are going to equal 0. They're not going to be exact. Which means we'll put the E in this slot over here. So slot number 3. Wait, did something go wrong? Just a second. Let's slow down a little bit. Yeah, something went wrong here. Okay, so, oh, the bump up for the array position didn't happen here. For the... Why is this copy 2? So the end step over here, it should be copy from temp1, copy to array position. Copy to the reference of the array position, and then bump up array position. So we need to insert that instruction here. We need to bump up the array position. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, let's keep on going. All right. Set everything up. And then what are we doing? So we're comparing B with D, and we just need to cycle through all of the positions in the array. And then we'll realize that we need to add that B to one of the positions. It should go into position 2. Okay. Oh. Okay, so this is the order. This is the order it has to go in. All right, let's do it again. Okay. Okay, so we need to put the E in the second slot. And then we need to output it. And then we need to bump up the array position. Okay. This looks good. So now we're working with the letter C. And the letter C, we haven't seen the letter C before. So we're going to be putting it in slot number 3. So position 3 in the array. After we get to the end of the array. Okay, and then we'll put it here. We'll put it in the outbox. Then we'll get the next letter. So we haven't seen the letter B before either. So the unique letters are D, E, C, and B next. And it looks like there's only one unique letter after this one, which is the letter A. Okay. And then from now on, we should see a lot of duplicate letters. And when we encounter the duplicate letter and it matches, then we're going to skip to the next letter. So here, we're going to skip to the next letter. And we're going to test D, and then we're going to skip to the next letter. And then we're going to grab B. This is going to take a little while. But yeah, we're essentially finished the level. It's not very efficient. It's not a very efficient way of doing it, but it's the way that I decided to go with. I'm sure there are more efficient ways to go about this, but this is a way of removing duplicates with a very simple assembly program. Okay, let's speed it up. Okay, done. Okay, duplicate removal. Yeah, it is not super efficient. Okay, return to the elevator. So we got some new levels to do. We've got Scavenger Chain, and we've got Digit Exploder. So let's do Scavenger Chain first, and then we'll go over to Digit Exploder. Hopefully we have enough time, but we'll see. We got a lot of time today. Scavenger Chain. Cough, cough. Yes, it's getting a little drafty up here. Facilities management has been notified, but we still have work to do. Okay, so each pair on the floor contains 1, data, and 2, the address of another one of the pairs. A scrambled chain. Each thing in the outbox has an address of one of the pairs, outbox the data for that pair, and also the data for all the following pairs in the chain. The chain ends when you reach a negative address. Repeat until the inbox is empty. So what the heck are we doing here? Let's see, Zero Saber, hello, nice to see you here. What is this game? What game is this? So what game is this? This is a human resource machine. You can usually find it for sale on Steam. Let me check to see if it's for sale right now. Steam powered human resource machine. I'm just checking off screen right now to see if we've got a sale on for this game. So this is... It's not on sale right now. It retails for about $15 American or $20 Canadian, if you're looking for that. Zero Saber says, looks great for learning. Yeah, so if you want to learn about assembly language, and you find assembly language, it's not the simplest, it's not the easiest language to get to wrap your head around, but this is definitely a fun way of exploring assembly languages. And assembly languages they're all kind of similar. They all have, like, you know, little memory locations that you can save to, and you can do little operations with them. The operations are also usually very simple. So subtraction or addition, making one number bigger or one number smaller by 1, you know, that kind of thing. And a lot of jumps. So this is another thing you're going to encounter inside of assembly language. A lot of jumps. Jump to this part of the instructions. Jump if what you have is 0. Jump if what you have is negative. That kind of thing. Okay, so, man, what are we going to do? So each thing in the inbox is an address of one of the pairs. So this is then an address of one of the pairs, so it's this one right here. Huh. The chain ends when you reach a negative address. So we actually don't have very much to work with here. The chain ends when you reach a negative address. Repeat until the inbox is empty. So, man, I'm not even too sure what's going on here. But I knew the steps are going to be very similar in each one of these levels. There's going to be an initialization. There's going to be a loop. that happens. And there's going to be an end point of the program. So end. So how are we going to do this? I'm going to have to do a lot of debugging in here. Okay, let's try asking some questions. So tell me more. You might also call this technique of storing data a linked list or scrambled chain. Scrambled chain. You can explore more of this fascinating subject when you're not at work. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Achoo. Okay, can you give me an example? If your inbox is 3, then your outbox should be cape. Cape. If your inbox is 3, then your outbox should be cape. What? Fixit42, hi, what are you working on? We're working on a game. It's called Human Resource Machine. Human Resource Machine, and this is very similar to assembly language. So it's kind of like an assembly language game. So C, and then 23. 23 is A, and then this skips over to 10. 10 is P, and then it skips over to 20, and 20 is E, and then that ends with -1. I thought it was a website. No website for this game. Actually, I think you can probably find this game on some website. They might have created an implementation of it if you look hard enough. But that would be kind of that not exactly legal. But yeah, you can probably find a web version of this game if you look hard enough. Okay, so this is going to be skipping around, so I guess we can work with all of this stuff here. So I guess we're going to call this one the current letter, or the current position. Just curious. No worries, no worries. We're all about being curious over here. So current position, we're going to grab the inbox, and then we're going to copy it to the current position. And then we're going to copy from the dereference, or the reference of the current position. And then we're going to outbox that. We're going to outbox that, and then we're going to bump up. We're going to bump up the current position by 1. And I guess the loop is actually right here. So the entire thing is a loop. Oh man, okay. If the entire thing is a loop, then we need to... If the entire thing is a loop, then we need to do something else. Inbox, when we grab from the current position, copy from current position, we need to do a check if it's a negative number. If it's a negative number, then we need to go back up to the top of the loop and grab from the inbox again. Huh, that's actually not a very big program. This is going to be a smaller program than I expected it to be. So outbox, bump the current position, and then do a jump. So do a jump to where we copy from the current position, the reference of the current position. And is this all we need to do? Let's try running the program and see what happens. Okay, so we got 0, we put it in the current position, we grab E, we put it in the outbox, then we bump up the current position, and then we grab this. Oh. Okay, this doesn't work. Okay, so we need to check we also need to do another check to see if it's an actual letter or if it's a number. So how do we do this check? So we need to... Okay. We're going to grab the... Bump up the position. Bump up the current position. And then grab... Bump up the current position, copy from... I guess we already have the current position. We're going to copy to the reference. We're going to copy to this one. Is this real assembly? It's not real assembly, but it behaves a lot like assembly languages, if you know what I mean. So I mean, even though it's not a real assembly language, you can still learn a lot about how assembly languages work by playing the game and figuring out how these instructions interact with each other. Okay, so let me think about this. Okay, so bump up the current position. So it's going to be 0, and then it's going to be 13. So I need to copy this to the current position. Bump up the current position. And then copy it to the current position. And then jump back up. Copy it. Yeah, okay. Is it worth it? Yeah, I think it's a pretty fun game if you well, I mean, it's more of, if you already know assembly language, then this is more of a game, but if you don't know assembly language, this is more of an instructional tool. I mean, I'd say it's not bad. It's not bad for learning about assembly language. If you want to learn about assembly language, like a real assembly language, here's a website that you can go to learn to do tutorials for x86 assembly. Okay, so copy it to the current position and then jump up to here. Let's see if this works. So grab this, copy it to current position. We got A. Okay, then we grab this. Huh. Hold on. Go back. Okay, so this is 23, right? We grab 23, we put it in the current position, and 23 is the letter A. So then we outbox the letter A. We outbox the letter A, we bump up the position, we copy it to the current position, and we need to... I guess we need to compare... We do have to do a comparison of all of these letters, all of these numbers right here, because these are not letters. Okay, so I guess we do need to have an initialization process. So the initialization process is going to be this. It's going to be copy from here, and then we're just going to fill up this row over here. It's 1, 2, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 locations over here, and we're just going to fill these up. Huh. How can we... Man, I don't know. Oh, no. We don't need to worry about the -1. Okay. We don't need to worry about this -1. We need to do this comparison. So we'll compare it against these 5 numbers. So the 5 numbers are copy from 1 and copy it to here, and then we'll copy from here, and then copy to here. We'll copy from here. We'll copy to here. We'll copy from here. We'll copy to here. So that's going to fill up. Zero Saber, thanks for the link. It'll help me for sure. Where did you start learning assembly, and what is the starting point? What is the starting point for assembly? I mean, assembly is the starting point. It's a very, very simple language that all PCs use. Well, not all PCs, but most PCs use some x86 assembly. And remember that assembly isn't one language. Assembly, there's a different assembly for each computer architecture. For example, x86 is one assembly language. ARM is another assembly language. And what are some other assembly? Anyways, like each different computer chip architecture has its own assembly language, and they're all kind of different, and but they're all kind of very similar as well. Anyways, so the initialization is here, and I guess, man, how are we going to do this? So the loop here seems kind of simple. I guess we have to do a comparison. So here we're just going to call this the comparison. So CMP. So the comparison is going to go before the outbox. So before we do the outbox, we need to do the comparison. And the comparison is going to be, well, current position is this. So current position, and I guess the array position. The array position, we need to start it at 5. That's kind of okay. So the array position, we're going to put it here. Okay, we've got the array position. We need to start the array position at 5. So start array. We don't need to label these. Orbo, hi, Magical Hacking Frog. What's today's fun adventure? So we're doing some assembly language stuff right now with Human Resource Machine, and then we're going to be doing some Python programming after this. And after the Python programming, we're going to be doing some binary hacking. And then after the binary hacking, we're going to be taking a look at an Italian cybersecurity education site. So that's the adventure for today. So the next thing is going to happen in about 30 minutes. But I just need to figure out how to do this level. So we need to compare against these numbers. So the comparison is going to be copy to. Actually, we have the current position, so we're just copying it from. So copy from current position. Copy from the reference of current position. And then, oh man, then subtract. Subtract from the reference of array position. Is this going to work, or is it going to give us a big error message? I'm not sure. So if it's 0, then we need to do something. If you subtracted 0, then we need to... I don't even know how to do this anymore. Okay. Let's do a little... Oh, man. Jason IT Solution says, hey, I'm stepping ahead in cybersecurity because of you. Well, I mean, if I'm helping people, then I'm happy about that. But yeah, what's going on with you these days, Jason IT Solutions? And what are you studying these days? Okay, let's scrap all this, because my brain. See, I scrap it all. Okay. Jason IT Solution says, do you have binary lessons on your channel? Are you talking about binary hacking stuff? I mean, we've got a little bit of binary hacking stuff on the YouTube channel, but it's not a lot of stuff. Let me show you. Okay, so we got the Shy Hat YouTube channel playlists. We have one for, or at least I thought we had one for binary hacking. Let me check. We got Starting Point, we got... Oh, binary hacking challenges. Yeah, it's here. We don't have very much, but here's the link. I'm trying to do it for do CTFs when I can. Okay, no problem. But yeah, I mean, binary hacking. It's you need to teach yourself how binary hacking and reverse engineering. You need to know a little bit about reverse engineering to do binary hacking. You don't need to know how to do a lot of advanced reverse engineering, but to get you started. But it's definitely very, very helpful. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so we've got our current position and array position. Are we gonna keep on using these? So there's the initialization part, and there's going to be the comparison. And there's going to be the end part. And there's also going to be a loop. Okay. Jason IT Solution asks how to anonymously use ParrotSec or any other better option. So I mean, the question is why you want to be anonymous. You'd only want to be I mean, while you're learning, you don't need to worry about being anonymous. You only want to be anonymous when you're doing when you're trying to keep things hidden from the targets, and whenever you're actually doing stuff and trying to stay hidden from your targets, they'll teach you how to do that. Your organization will teach you how to do that. It's not exactly for me to talk about over here. Okay, so initialization, we're gonna grab the thing, and we can copy it to the current position, and then we can. I want to try to do some attacks. I hope you're not talking about attacking like public stuff on the internet, because that's not cool. If you're attacking, like inside of a learning environment, that's fine. Don't attack random stuff on the internet. And the reason I say this is one of the big reasons I say this is because I can't advocate for any criminal activities on my Twitch channel or my YouTube channel. Otherwise, I'll get my channels banned. Okay, so copy it to the current position. Copy from the reference of the position. And then Zero Saber says being anonymous takes discipline. Being anonymous takes discipline. That's true. Let me there's a book that was published by the late Kevin Mitnick, one of the greats in cybersecurity and hacking. It was called The Art of Invisibility. So yeah, you can well, here's a little Reddit thread that talks about it. But it's hard to be anonymous. Defus says what he's trying to tell you is you have to DM him to get the real illegal stuff out of him. That's not what I'm saying at all. Don't DM me looking for illegal stuff. I don't know how to do the illegal stuff, and one of the reasons I don't teach myself how to do the illegal stuff is so that, you know, I don't know how to teach it. There you go. Okay, so hey, you know, Defus, do you have a suggestion as to how to complete this level? Because I'm not really too sure. Okay, so copy from the reference of this, and then we need to do a check. We need to do a comparison here to make sure that's not one of these numbers. How do we check that it's not a number? No clue, got my own challenge currently running. No worries, no worries. You're keeping busy. Everybody should be keeping as busy as they can. Okay, so you want to do illegal stuff on yourself. I mean, if you want to do illegal stuff on yourself, that's fine. How do you stay anonymous? Well, I mean, I guess you would have to keep logs. You'd have to keep logs of what computers are contacting your systems, and then you want to make sure that you can't identify yourself from the stuff inside the logs. That's how you'd stay anonymous while you're doing these attacks. A lot of tools have signatures, so inside of, like, you know, that signatures, it'll be picked up by the logs, and if you can find some way to not include those signatures while you're using the attack tools, then you're fine. Okay, so we need to compare it against these numbers. So the numbers are, like I said, these are the actual numbers. Or maybe we can... So the positions 1, 4, 11, 14, 21, and 24, these are numbers. We need to make sure that what we're holding is going to be data, these letters, and this is the only thing that we can output. I mean, I guess we could make an array over here. But there's 5 letters. Oh, I don't know. So grab the thing and then put it in the outbox. But what do we do after this? You know what? This might be a little bit too advanced for me right now. Maybe we'll move on. We'll move over to another level. Sick in the Mind says sup. Sick in the Mind. What is up? What is up? What is up? We're just trying to do some of these assembly language challenges over here. Okay, our users have been rating some of our hardware products with 1 star, with user review citing draws too much power and overheats. Numbers are too complicated for test subjects. Okay, so this is a human resource machine. It's a fun little, like, Scratch assembly game, and I think you can get it for like $15 American. It constantly removes an alarming volume of skin from human users. So management has come up with a solution to make the numbers smaller and easier to understand. Okay, so what do we need to do here? So grab each number from the inbox and send its digits to the outbox. So for example, 123 becomes 123. Oh wow, this seems... How are we gonna... How the heck are we gonna do this? That's pretty simple. Oh, I mean, stick in the mind if you want to explain it to me. I'm happy to learn. I'm happy to learn. I'm happy to learn from viewers. Okay, so it's 290. We've got... We also need to keep track of the how many digits the number has as well. So Fixit42 says 3 on Epic. It seems might test it. Oh, it's only $3 on Epic Game Store? Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the page. So Epic Games, Human Resource Machine. Yeah. It's on sale. Well, actually, it's much cheaper. Yeah, it's on sale right now on Epic Game Store. So here's the link. Okay, so grab each number from the inbox, send its digits to the outbox. So I mean, if we grab this number over here, I guess we'll just call this current number. So it's current number, and then we need to do something to it. We got the number 0, we got the number 10, we got the number 100. So we need to... We start with the ones digit? I guess we start with the ones digit. Okay, so the initialization... Whatever the loop is going to be, because they all have a loop. And the end of the program. So the end of the program is going to be something. So I guess the other thing that we can do is we can keep track of the digits. So if there's going to be a ones digit, a tens digit, and a hundreds digit. So I mean, we'll call this the ones digit. This is going to be the tens digit. We got your dividers. The tens digit, and this is the hundreds digit. So hundreds. That'll help you solve out. Okay. And I guess we'll also have the current digit. Because it's always going to start with the ones digit, then it's going to progress to the tens digit and the hundreds digit. How are we going to do this? So if we have 290 here, and that's the current number, we need to figure out what the digit is. So I guess to figure out what... Okay, Sick in the Mind says, well, you go in opposite order. Opposite order. Your out is your first one's place first. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Listen. This is kind of if you've never done this before, it's complicated, and it's complicated for me. I've never done this before. So I guess you would take your ones digit and then you would do a comparison. Yeah. Okay. So you do a loop. You do a loop in the ones digit, and then you'd subtract. So for example, maybe, oh man. The part that's complex is how the game does it. Well, I mean, that's the thing. When you're dealing with assembly languages, you have to do stuff in a kind of like, in a way that fits all the rules of the assembly language. So we got 290. We need to definitely will be a copy from so that you can manipulate the output. So if 290 ends with 0, we need to find some way to identify that digit. Henky Ludwig says, good morning from UTC 7. So, Henky, you're from Indonesia, right? I think I picked that up. But welcome to the stream. Hey, nice to see you here. Okay, so maybe we need to do a subtraction and make a jump if it's negative. So if it's hundreds, if we bump up hundreds, we do subtraction. Let's just pretend. I guess we do start from the hundreds first. We figure out if there's at least 100 in the digit, and then we figure out what the tens place is. So we figure out the hundreds place, we figure out the tens place, and then figure out the ones place. So we do, well, get the number, put it in current number, and then we subtract. We'll just call this the hundreds place. H for 100, and then this is the tens place, T for tens, and this is the ones place. Okay, so we'll subtract 100 over and over again, and then we'll try to figure out if it's negative. If it's negative, that means so copy to current number, and then I guess we'll call this, there's a hundreds loop, and then there's a tens loop, and then there's a ones loop. So I guess we can initialize all of these to 0 as well. So copy from 0, and then we will welcome to the stream, Bray Rhino. You're now HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so copy from ones, which is zeros, basically, and then we're going to copy to the hundreds place. We're going to copy to the tens place. Hello, GX000. Welcome to the stream. And thank you very much for redeeming your favorite redeem, the Budweiser Frogs. Okay, so we're going to see how many hundreds are in the number. I'm not too sure what we're really going to do with this, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to grab from the inbox. We're going to put this thing into the current number. I guess we also need to keep a tally. Or a running total. Okay, so current number minus 100. Well, if you jump, you have to jump if it's a negative operator. Yeah, so we have to jump if there's a negative operator. Subtract 100. If negative. If negative, jump to... I guess this is the loop for the hundreds. Loop for the hundreds. And then there's another loop for tens and another loop for ones. Loop for tens. And loop for ones. Okay, so jump if negative. Well, then we jump to the loop for tens, and if that one is negative, then we do a jump to the ones, and if that is negative, then we jump to the end, where we grab the ones, the tens, and the zeros. But we have to figure out some way to deal with like non-3-digit numbers. We'll figure that out later. We'll figure that out later. Okay, so subtract 100, and then if it's negative, jump, but if not, we have to bump up the hundreds place. Bump up the hundreds place, and then do a loop. And I guess before we jump, bump up the hundreds place, and then copy it to the running total. I mean, do we need to copy it to the running total? We just keep on subtracting, right? Maybe we don't need to use the running total. Okay, let's just see what happens with this 200 here to see how it's going to go. Okay. We initialize these all to 0. We got subtract, bump up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I guess we do need to use a running total. Okay. So subtract 100 and jump if negative. Otherwise, bump up, actually copy to the running total and then bump up the hundreds place. And then copy from the running total and then jump back up. You should do jump if 0 first. Jump if 0, so jump if negative or jump if 0. So it'll be the same, we'll jump to the same place. Given the samples, we won't need it. I mean, we also need to make it fit for these kind of edge cases. These kind of edge cases. Let's see if it works. So we got... this isn't going to work. Okay. Okay. We need to do the same thing for the tens and the ones. Yeah, the tens and the ones. So the tens, it's going to be kind of the same. It randomizes each try. Yeah. It randomizes each try. So, okay. So we're going to jump over here, and we're going to do the same kind of thing. So subtract the tens. Actually, wait, we're going to copy from the running total. So from the running total, we're going to subtract 10. So is your running total your committal variable? I mean, I don't know that term, but if we're talking about a running total, then that's what it is. Okay, so subtract 10. If negative or if 0, we'll jump over to this next part. Otherwise, we will copy to running total. Basically, you're committing that subtraction to the variable. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that is what it is if that's the definition. From the C number value, the current number value. Yeah. Yeah. So copy to current total, and then jump back. Oh, we also need to bump up the tens place, and we need to copy from the running total, and then we do it all over again. Okay, like this. And then we need to fill out the ones place as well, because, well, you know what? Yeah. Okay. We'll run it. Let's do the ones place as well. Then we'll do the thing. Okay. So copy from running total, and then we subtract. Well, subtract 0. Subtract 0, this doesn't work. How do we do this? We have to subtract, we need to initialize something to like 9, right? No. We need to initialize something to 0, and then we'll just make a counter, and we'll initialize that to 0. So at the very top here. Let's copy to the count, because we're going to be using the count when we get to the ones place. And so copy from running total, subtract the count. If it's negative or if it's 0, then we jump over to the end. But if it's not, then we need to bump up the count. And no, we need to copy 2. I guess we could also initialize the count to 1, and we just subtract 1 over and over again until it becomes 0. I mean, oh, is that how we do it? Oh, okay, let me think about this. Okay, so subtract the count. If it's negative or if it's 0, then we bump up. Actually, maybe we won't use the count, we'll just use the ones. Yeah, we don't need to use this because we already have something that's going to be bumped up anyways. Let's see, wasn't cdig supposed to track the place? Cdig? I think we're going to be keeping track of the ones over here. So just going to... Yeah, we don't need to use this count function, we can just use the ones. Okay, we're not going to be solving this. We're not going to be solving this puzzle anytime soon. So let's put a pin in this, and we'll come back to it next week. But we did get close. We did it a lot further into this level than we did for the other level we were working on. Okay, let's. We'll be doing this next week for all of you people who are super invested into this. Let's get out of here. Let's keep on playing some music. Okay, and let's move on to the next thing. We're going to be doing more programming stuff. So hooray! But this time we're going to be doing programming for a CTF. So we're going to be doing this level over here. Zero Saber, hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, we kind of quit out of that one because we kind of ran out of time. But we'll be coming back to it next week. Okay, so we're going to be doing some Python programming from and solving this level over here from hackmyvm.eu Temperance Labs. So for each one of these levels, we need to write up a little script or a little program to get our intended result. So for example, we've got here, we're going to be working with some XOR operations. So it says in this mission you must use XOR and send the resulting string. And the key for the XOR operation is going to be HMV. So before we start, I need to copy some code. So we're solving level 30, and I'm just going to grab the code that we used for level 29, and we're going to use that as the basis for... So level x30.py, paste in this code. Okay, and we've got two different windows that we're going to be working with here. One window is our coding window. We're going to be writing our code in the coding window. The other window is the execution window, and this is where we're going to be executing our program. Zero Saber says, bro, where do you take notes? Yeah, I mean, we're taking notes over at GitHub. So I got the HackerFrogs repository, and these are all of my walkthroughs. So for people who want to keep track of their cybersecurity journey, I would recommend taking notes as well. You don't necessarily need to use GitHub, but GitHub is a pretty good choice for recording your documentation for all of your cybersecurity exercises. Okay, so before we start, let me do my YouTube intro and outro. Well, not the outro. We're just going to do the YouTube intro because I need to turn these into YouTube videos eventually. And you know what? We also need to keep track of how much time we're spending here, because we're going to spend 60 minutes doing this. Sick in the Mind says, I'm at the stage in my notes that all of my notes have to be offline or they get taken down by malware detection algorithms. I guess when you get to the point where you're writing malware to get your stuff done, I wonder, Sick in the Mind, let me know what GitHub thinks about keeping malware code in their repositories. I'm pretty sure people write like hacks for all sorts of stuff, and they put it on GitHub. But you know what? Maybe the stuff you're doing is a little bit more advanced than what they're putting on GitHub. So let us know if you can. I'm pretty sure they silently add the stuff to Defender. Probably. Okay. I mean, yeah. That makes a lot of sense since GitHub is owned by Microsoft. But Stasix, hello, nice to see you here. We're just about to start our Python programming topic. Okay, so we're doing Python programming for the next hour or so. So let me go ahead and start the timer. Yep, owned by Microsoft. It wasn't, well, yeah, they own it now. Okay, let's go ahead and let me do my intro. All right, everybody, we're doing level number 30 from the Temperance CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So in each one of these levels, what we need to do is we need to read the mission description over here, and then we'll know what to do. So the mission says, in this mission, we must use XOR and send the resulting string with the key HMV. Okay, so for example, if they send this input from the server, what you need to do is we need to send back this string of bytes. So how are we going to do this? So Sick in the Mind says, mission scope is always important. Mission scope as far as... Oh, yeah, we're talking about this CTF. Yeah, so you need to write code. We're going to be writing some code to solve the challenge over here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the code we have for the previous level. So we're going to be using the code from the previous level as a template to solve the next level. And so that involves getting rid of code that we're not going to use, which is this coordinate calculation stuff that we used in the last level. We're just going to get rid of that. And we're going to be using the socket module to interact with the system. So the socket module is going to communicate with a remote server on a arbitrary port. Sickly Mind says any project, whether or not it's a pen test, scope is key. That's true. You really want to have a specific goal in mind when you set off to do something. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to achieve the goal, and you're not going to be able to see if you achieved it or not. Gerby says security research is permitted. GitHub does allow what it calls dual-use technologies. These are tools and content used for security research into vulnerabilities, malware, and hacks. Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, because if they didn't have that rule, then we wouldn't be able to see all of those hacking scripts on GitHub, because they wouldn't be allowed. So we've got a host that we're going to be communicating with, temperance.hackmyvm.eu. We've got an arbitrary port, which is 9988, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a socket object over here. So with socket.socket, socket afnet, socket.sockstream as s.connect, host, and port. So s is going to be the socket object that we're going to be using to run the socket functions. So the socket functions are going to be stuff like connecting to the remote host, sending information to the remote host, and receiving information from the remote host. So the first thing we're going to do, Jason IT Solutions says, do I use the dark web? I don't use the dark web. I have no business interacting with any of the stuff on the dark web. Maybe if I were to do some research, I might use some dark web stuff, some deep web stuff, but I've never had the opportunity to try it. I think, I mean, one of these days we might go there, but right now I don't need to use that stuff. Okay, let's talk about this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to connect to the host and receive the banner from the server. So print receiving intro. We're going to receive a kilobyte of data from the server, s.receive, and then we're going to print that out. Then we're going to select our level. So it says level number 29 here right now. We need to replace this with level 30 because we need to select the level that we want to play. So we're going to send bytes level 30. So the interesting thing right here is that when we receive and when we send information to the data to the server, we need to send bytes because the socket object only communicates using bytes. It only receives bytes and it only sends bytes. So if we have a string or if we got an integer, we can't send that stuff because they're different types of objects. Okay, so we're going to receive the challenge from the server next, and then we're going to print that out. And what we're going to do here is we're going to comment out the rest of the code, because what we're going to do is we're going to workshop the code to make sure that this portion of this code works. So we're just going to write out this portion of the script, and then we're going to run the script in the other window. So Python level30.py. Okay, so we receive a challenge, and this is a bunch of bytes. And the bytes here, what we need to do is we need to do the XOR operation with it in order to get the result that we need to send back to the server over here. So if we go over to the internet, we can, let's see, XOR. Okay, the other thing that we need to take note of here is that we're given a key that we need to XOR all of the data with, and that's going to be HMV. So we can go over here to our script and we can define that. So our key is going to be bytes, and it's going to be HMV. So how do we do the XOR operation? So Python XOR bytes, XOR bytes together. So I know that there's a module called pwn, which has a function called XOR. So especially in a pwn context, there's a pwn tools library that does a convenient XOR function. And so it's actually very, very easy to do. So from pwn, import XOR, and then we can just run a function called XOR with the 2 sets of bytes, and that'll perform the operation. So this is what we're going to do. So from pwn import XOR, we're just going to add that up here to the top of the script. So from pwn import XOR, and so we received the data over here. The data is data 2. The next step is it's actually very simple. What we're going to do is we're going to do the XOR operation between the key bytes and the data bytes, or in the data 2 bytes, because we've got a variable called data 2, which is what we got from the server. That's a bunch of bytes. So this is good because the XOR operation works with bytes. So XOR result is going to be XOR, the function, with the 2 parameters key and data 2. And then we're going to print out a little message. This is the result of the XOR operation between data 2 and key. And that's going to be XOR result. Okay, and we're just going to comment out the rest of this. We're going to write it out, and we're going to run the script again. So hopefully this works. Okay, so we get the bytes here. This is the result of the XOR operation between these bytes and HMV. And we've got a byte string over here, and we just need to send this back. We don't need to convert this to bytes because it's already bytes, and it's actually very, very simple. So we're just going to get rid of all the rest of the code up until the point where we send it back to the server. So send the challenge back, print sending challenge, send bytes. But we're not sending the bytes, we're sending XOR result. Okay, and then receive the flag. So we'll write this out. We will run the script again, and then we get the flag. Brian's GGS says hello. Hello, Brian's GGS. Nice to see you here. And you know what? Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Sometimes the servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Or maybe the Devil's Bedroom has more servers than firewalls. Who knows? But welcome to the stream. Okay, so we received the flag. So what did we do? We received the bytes from the server, and then we used the XOR function to do an XOR operation between the bytes and the HMV key. And then we got a byte string over here. We sent it to the server, and then we received the flag. So this is the flag over here. So you need to copy it. Whoops, that's not the whole flag. This is the whole flag. Copy it. We're going to go over to the challenge. Where is it? Here. And we're going to submit the flag. Oh, we need to sign it again? I guess we can do that. Whoops. Here. Submit the flag. And you've submitted the flag successfully. Great. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for level number 30 from the Temperance CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, so we're not leaving, and Hanky Lodwig says, can you exploit the XOR operation without the function from pwn tools? Did it XOR the bytes? Did it XOR the bytes to the bytes from the keys? So what I think the function does, actually, you know what? we could probably look at the documentation. So pwn tools XOR function, and it'll explain what it does. Okay, so we've got the documentation here. Here. Okay, so we got parameters, arguments to be XORed together. Returns the string of the arguments XORed together. So we've got XOR these bytes and these bytes, and the key is 42. So what I think it wait. Hold on. Okay. Let's talk about this for just a second. Okay, we have our script over here. I'm just gonna get rid of what's in the script. Let's say we've got our bytes. So XOR. So we got A and we have B, and these are the two things that we're going to XOR. So for example, we've got some bytes. Let's just pretend we've got like ABC, and B is going to be 1, 2, 3. And what we want to do is we want to XOR these together. So I think what is going to happen is they're going to be we need to convert these into binary first, because if you don't convert these into binary, then it's not going to work. So we take A, B, and C, we get the binary value of them, and I don't know, let's just pretend this is the binary value, and we've got the other thing, and we pretend we've got the binary value of this, and the result is going to be C, which is we don't know. We need to do the XOR operation between each one of these numbers here, and so for example it's going to be 0 here, it's going to be 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, because the XOR operation is going to be between each one of these bits. If they're the same number, so 0 and 0, the result is 0. If they're different numbers, 0 and 1, then it's going to be 1. And you just keep on going down the line, and it's going to find your result over here. What we need to do in this case is we need to convert this binary value back into something that is printable. Or maybe it's not printable, but it's going to be a decimal number nonetheless. But yeah. Let's see if we can find a better explanation. Okay, I mean the AI has an answer for us. So pwn tools provides a convenient XOR function. Okay, so doing bitwise XOR operations on byte strings. This function simplifies the process of XORing data, which is a common operation in cryptography and hacking development. But anyways, let's move on to the next level. Okay, hack my VM. The next level is going to be level number 31. Yeah, level 31. We actually don't have very many of these left. And this is, well, we'll talk about this in just a sec. Just going to copy over. Why is this thing sticking out? Don't stick out. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna copy level. Actually, let's just rename this thing. We'll rename level 30 to level 31, and let's reset all this stuff. Okay, let's last thing we need to do is let's do the introduction to the level, and then we'll talk about how to solve it. Okay. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for level number 31 from the Temperance CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So in each one of these levels we need to see what the mission of the level is. For this one it says, in this mission you will receive a PNG encoded in base 64 and you must decode it. Read the QR code found inside and return the string that indicates the QR. So this over here, this is a QR code that's been encoded into base 64. We need to decode it, we need to read the QR code, and then we need to send back the resulting string. Maybe it could be something like this, or it might be something else. It's probably something else. So how are we going to do this? I think we've covered something like this before in a previous level. But nonetheless, the first thing we need to do is we need to convert this information. Well, okay, let's talk about how to do this step by step. Bits King, hello, nice to see you here, Bits King. Let's give you a fun redeem. Hack the planet, my friend.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so we're just going to use level 31's script. We're going to delete the stuff that we don't need for this level, and then we're going to start writing the script and modifying it. So once again, we're using the socket module because we use the socket module for all of these levels, and we need to modify this so that we're accessing level number 31 instead of level 30. Then we need to receive the challenge. So we're just going to comment out everything after this part of the script because we want to make sure that this part of the script works before we move on to the next thing. Bisking says, this is really interesting. I play Hack the Box. It's really hard. It's really hard. Bitsking, are you saying that you do a lot of Hack the Box exercises? And I guess you're doing the CTF box exercises where you do scanning against the box and then you try to break into the box and get the flag. Is that the one you do? Okay, so let's just write this out and then run the script. Okay, so this is it. So this is the base 64 encoded QR code in bytes form. So the first thing we want to do is we want to decode from base 64 to get the original QR code. So I think what we can do is we can import the base 64 module here at the top, and I think the thing we want to do is called base 64 B64 decode. So this step is going to be restore the QR code to its original form by decoding from base 64. Okay, BizKing says, no, I'm learning Academy, and then I start something like a CTF or Hack the Machine. Oh, okay. But yeah, you know what? If you want some resources for learning about network challenges and stuff, I can give you a list. So we got our HackerFrogs education resources on GitHub. Maybe this will help you out. Thank you very much for following BitsKing on Twitch. Welcome to the team. You're now a HackerFrog. Okay, what do we do here? Okay, so restore the QR code to its original form by decoding from base 64. So we're going to call this QR code. QR code equals data2 dot B64. Hold on. What is let's see, what is that function called? Python base64 decode. Okay, so it's going to be .decode. .decode? Is that it? No, we need to do a base64 base64 decode. So yeah, it's this function right here. Base64 decode .bytes. So we're just gonna go base64 b64 decode on the data 2. And we're just gonna print that out because we love printing stuff out. If we don't print stuff out, then we don't feel good. These are the original bytes for the QR code. Okay, and we're just going to print out QR code. Okay, and run the script. Okay, so this is good. So we got a base64 encoded QR code, and then we turned it back into its original form. And next we need to read the QR code. So learn how to do that next. Read the QR code contents. So let's see, QR code content is going to equal something. So we need to use another module to actually interact with the QR code. So we're just going to look that up real quick. So Python QR code reader, read from image, read from object, I guess. Okay, I mean we got the AI overview. We can also look at some articles instead. So how to decode a QR code image in preferably pure something something, pure Python. I mean, you're probably not going to be able to use pure Python. You're going to have to use some sort of module. But let's take a look at this first. Okay, so we got zbar, QR tools. QR tools, huh? So this is for a PNG. From QR codes, import QR. Okay, you can try the following steps and use QR tools. So create a QR code file. Do we need to create a file, or can we just... I think... Hold on. We've done this before. We've done something like this before in a previous level. Let me try looking at the repository here. Okay, so labs. I'm just going to search inside of the repository, and I'm looking for QR. So QR... It looks like there's a lot of stuff with QR codes. I could have sworn we did one with for Temperance. Temperance? Huh, maybe we didn't. But we've got, I mean, we've got stuff over here, so let's see. Download the QR image file. We're trying to do this with Python, though. Steganography, cracking practice, level 11. Okay, so we got, I guess we didn't have a previous level where we did that stuff. Okay, so I mean this is the upvoted one in Stack Overflow. We can try this. Okay, pip install PyQR code. I mean, is that... I'm pretty sure that's not a standard library. Import PyQR code. Oh wow, it's installed. Huh. So this is a standard library then. Or it's a library that's installed on Kali Linux anyways. Okay, so use the code QR equals something. Decode an existing QR code using GR tools. QR tools? QR tools. So do we have QR tools? Ipecac, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. We're just doing some coding right now. We're trying to figure out how to interact with QR codes using Python. Okay, so let's do Python to figure out if we've got this this module. Import QR tools. So there's no QR tools. So if you wanna join in with us, you can make you're gonna have to make an account, but over at hackmyvm.eu, and this is the series of challenges we're doing over here. Defus says, have you ever tried FlagYard? FlagYard? No, I've never heard of it before. You know, Defus, if you know of any really big German CTF websites, let me know, because we're trying out an Italian CTF website today, like a really big one, and I'm actually interested in trying challenges from different countries, because you know the German hacking scene has its own big CTF platforms. The English language hacking world has its own ones. No, Germans are too serious for fun CTFs. Is that the case? I don't know. But Ipecac, if you stick around, we're gonna be trying out a big Italian CTF platform, and we're gonna be trying it out today. And it's gonna be happening in 1.5 hours, so probably at around 6 o'clock or 6:30 today. But what were we doing? Okay, so we don't have the QR tools that were referenced in this Stack Overflow article. So use following code with your Python prompt, import QR tools. So I mean, we're going to have to create a Python virtual environment and then import that module. Vulnlab is made by a German, but it's not free, and you probably won't get any new content anymore. They sold themselves. They sold the company to Hack the Box. So I guess not. Okay, so we got some questions. BitsKing asks, is Hack My VM harder than Hack the Box? No, I wouldn't say that. It's probably easier than Hack the Box. But Hack My VM, it's another place where you can get CTF challenges. You can download the box challenges, and you can deploy them to your own network. What are we doing? We're creating our virtual environment. Python M, venv, myenv, and then we activate the virtual environment. Source, activate, and then we're now in our Python virtual environment. So we can just do pip install QR tools. Okay, so we've got QR tools installed, which means we can include it in our code. So import QR tools. So we just need to, we've got bytes, and I hope I hope we can use bytes as part of the QR tools. So QR equals qrtools.qr. I guess this is what we use. QR code content equals qrtools.qr, and then we're going to try reading it. So let's see. Bisking says, okay. Hack my VM harder than hack the box. Sorry, I already answered that question. Let me change up my music and then we'll continue. Hey, GX000 and Epic Hacker are in the same live stream. That's awesome. Okay, let's start playing some. So Hanky Logbag says, maybe you need to write the bytes to an image first and then read the data from that. GX00 says, you gotta play it for my Bud Ippy. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're gonna try to see if we can read it directly from the bytes, or if that's not how the module works. We'll figure it out. And let's see. From here, we'll try reading the content. So to read the content, we need to do qr.decode. Oh, could we have just skipped to this? Oh, we need to make the object first. Okay. qr.decode. Yeah, okay. So it's just whatever the object is, .decode. Why do we need to include... Do we need to use this with the file? Hold on, I'll figure it out. Stack Overflow in 2025? Well, I mean, we try to use Stack Overflow when we can, because if we just keep on using the AI provided output, people will lose faith in us. So let's check the object first. Okay, let's create the object. The object should be this. Actually, wait. Do we just... Okay, this isn't the actual content. This is the object. So the object is going to be qrtools.qr, and then we do something. Stasik says, "What's your opinion on C++?" I've never used C++. I have done a little bit of coding in C. Defus asks, isn't the HackerFrogs site German too? Yeah. The Hack the Web site that we like to use is also a German website. So hack.arg.de. This is another German website. I guess we're very international here at HackerFrogs. Okay, so I guess we can do type on the QR code object. So print type QR. And we'll see what happens here. Level 31. Module QR tools has no attribute QR. Module QR tools has no attribute QR. So wait, what did I do wrong here? Stasik says C++ is what schools teach me for programming. I mean, I'm sure I have nothing against C++. I think a lot of people do a lot of great work with C++. I don't know the language, so I mean, I can assume that it's pretty good because a lot of people use it. Okay, so what does the, let's see, import QR tools, QR equals QR's tools.qr, QR.decode, horn.png, horn.png, print QR.data. Here's the complete code in a single run. So import QR code, QR equals QR create, QR.png, QR equals QR tools.qr. What is going on with this code? C++ is great for programming IoT systems. Yeah, I mean, I think I guess C interacts with Internet of Things stuff very well, and most of the time those are running some sort of Linux-like operating system on top. And Linux was created using C, so that makes a lot of sense. So let's see. QR equals QR tools.qr. Why do we define it over here? And then over here, are we... I don't think this is how we want to do it. So the following code works for me. Let's see, install zbar. Zbar? I mean, I've heard of zbar. Okay. Let's ask a very specific question. Python read QR code from bytes, because we've got bytes. And what are we doing? So to read a QR code from bytes in Python, the PyZbar library is commonly used in conjunction with Pillow for image handling. So steps to read a QR code from bytes, import the necessary libraries. Okay, so Henke said, I see the decode, I just want the file and use the zbar to scan the image. Defus says, Stasik says, I think it will just help my general coding skills and apply what I learned to any language that I want to code in. So code is code, and the more programming languages you learn, the easier it is to learn other programming languages. So it's actually pretty easy to go from learning Python to learning... It's probably easier to learn C first, like the more complicated programming language, and then to go to the higher level one. Anyways, we've got to take a little break because we got ads running on Twitch, so I'll just run them on YouTube as well. Just a second, everybody. Got to take a little ad break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. But in the meantime, enjoy the birds. GX000 asks, is that a new bird? So this is a woodpecker. So this is a northern flicker woodpecker. They're actually all over our area, but you're not going to see them very often. They like hanging out in the trees, and you'll see them every once in a while in urban environments. Cypher asks, are you okay? There's an extremely dangerous bird outside your house. I mean, these guys are not very... I wouldn't say they're very dangerous. They're actually very, very shy. They don't like people too much. Okay, so sorry. Let me stop. Okay, let me go back to the chat. I'm kind of behind. Okay, so Diva says, I just spent 3 hours in an upload bypass for PHP extensions. I feel pretty comfy with these kind of bypasses until now. There's always new stuff to learn. And Blitzking says, if you can do C++, you have a good knowledge for programming. Jig00 says, I'll never leave. Bird. My cat's favorite part of the stream. If you've got a cat, they'll love these birds. Blitzking says C and C++, they're hard to learn because of the pointers. A lot of programming says to start with Python because it is most easy to understand. Okay. Defa says, I like how you introduce a sentence with Defa says, and then skip on to the next one. Sorry, I get distracted sometimes. Okay. GX00 says, how the woodpecker's tongue works, this is fascinating. I mean, these woodpeckers have really, really long tongues, and they use them to catch ants, mostly. Okay, so Noah says, this stream was on my homepage. Hello, nice to see you here, Noah. We're just doing some, we're gonna go back to coding stuff. We were just taking a little break. But welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
GX000 says, the tongue is also what protects their brain when they're hammering away. Yeah, I hear that these woodpeckers, they've got really long tongues, and they actually wrap them around their brain. So the skull, the tongue goes up around the brain. It's actually very interesting. I think I can find a picture of it. So let's see. Woodpecker, tongue wrapped around brain. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can put this up on. Okay, so a woodpecker's incredibly long, flexible tongue wraps around its skull. So you can see here that the tongue goes up, and this is where it is when it's not being used. But it's really, 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 really long. Anyways, it's a bird channel with hacking elements. Anyways, let's stop talking about birds and get back to the hacking. Okay, so we don't want this. So load the image bytes into a pillow image object. So if the QR code image data is available as a bytes object, it can be converted to. Thank you very much for redeeming Nyan Cat. Stasix, thank you very much. Okay, so we need to, I guess we'll import all this stuff. We're kind of flip-flopping around. Hopefully we can solve this level today. We'll see what happens. Okay, so import IO, and then all these other modules here. From PIL, import image. We don't know if this is a standard library. So PyZbar.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Thank you for redeeming Hack the Planet, Noah. Thank you. Okay, so let's do Python. Let's figure out if we can import PyZbar. No, we don't have PyZbar. But you know what? We can install it pretty easily. Pip install PyZbar. Done. Great. It's just that easy. And I think PIL is a standard library, so we don't need to worry about that. And the IO library is also standard. Okay. So what does it say we're supposed to do? So assuming QR code bytes contains the raw bytes, with open QR code as RB as F. With open, what is this? Convert bytes to a pillow image object. Decode the QR code. With open, read bytes as F, so f.read. In this case, we've got our QR code object. Well, we've got our QR code bytes. Let's go back. I guess we need to do some extra stuff. So the extra stuff we need to do is create a QR code object, which is over here. With open QR code.png, I mean, we're just going to use the bytes variable. So QR code as f, QR code bytes equals f.read. Yeah, okay. And what do we do next? Convert bytes to a pillow image object. So image equals QR code bytes image.open, this stuff. I guess we can include the comment as well. Okay, and then we can finally read the QR code contents over here. That's going to be decoded objects equals decode.image. Get rid of this. And we really want to print this out. I'm going to print out a message. It's going to be, this is the string inside of the QR code. And decoded objects. Okay, let's see if this all works or if there's going to be some really big error that happens when we run the code. No module named PIL. Huh, so the Python image library isn't in here? I guess we can install it. So let's see. No matching description for PIL. Python image library. I thought it was standard. Python import PIL. No. Okay, let's do a little search. Python install PIL module. How do I install PIL with pip? Pip install pillow. Pip install pillow. Okay. Pillow with a capital P. Okay, so that's installed now, so it should work. Let's do a test. Okay, that works. So yeah, now we should be able to run the code. Embedded null byte. Okay, so we've come across a little problem. So the QR code object, how do we create the QR code object from bytes instead of a separate file? Justin 007, hello, nice to see you here. How are you doing? Okay, so decode function returns a list of decoded objects, each representing the detected barcode or QR code. The actual data, decoded data, is stored in the data attribute of the objects. This process allows for the decoding of QR objects from in-memory data represented as bytes. So do we need to... Assuming QR code bytes contains the raw bytes of the QR code image, example reading from a file. Convert bytes to a QR code object. So it's like we've got QR code bytes. Okay, let's Python convert bytes to QR code object. I guess we're converting from Python convert base64 encoded QR code to object. Okay, so Henke says, in my opinion, you just need to send the raw bytes, not read that again. Send the raw bytes. I mean, we do need to send the raw bytes, but we need to get the content of the QR code first. How to decode base64? How to decode base64 encoded with Python? Okay, so we got QR codes. Well, we've got a few more minutes to try. So the problem is this. Convert the bytes to a pillow image object. So the pillow image object is going to be image equals image.open io bytes io. Okay, Henke says, your code is read. The raw bytes again, then sent to QR tools. I don't think we're using QR tools anymore. Are we? I don't think we are. No, in this version we're not using the QR tools anymore. So the QR code is a base64 decoded well, it's been decoded from base64, and then we're trying to figure out how to create the QR code object. Or maybe the QR code bytes are just going to be... Yeah, no, okay. Maybe we don't need to use this. So it's just QR code bytes equals... Yeah, we just need to use the QR code object here. Or the QR code... Yeah. So we don't need to create the QR code object. We have it already. Convert the bytes to a pillow image object. So we just need to do this. Let's see if it works. Okay. Run the thing. Okay, so this is the string inside the QR code. Well, I mean, we've got the entire object here. We don't have... This is the entire object. This is not the string inside the object. So I guess this is the QR code object. And the next thing we do is just read the QR code. This is define the QR code object. Read the QR code contents. Hopefully this is where we can actually get the string that we need to send back to the server. Okay, pass the pillow image object to the decode function from PyZbar. So decoded objects equals decode image. Well, I mean, we did this already. The decode function returns a list of decoded objects. And we need to, for object and decoded objects, we're gonna read the thing. Hope this works. Okay. So let's see. So for, all right, let's write it out. Let's see if we can actually get the string this way. Decoded QR code data is decoded data. So decoded data equals object data.decode. Okay, I mean, I guess we need to return this then. So return decoded data. How do we save this to a global variable now? So decoded objects dot. So is it just decoded objects dot data dot decode? Let's see if this works. Print. What are we going to call this? Content string equals decoded objects dot data dot decode UTF-8. And then we're just going to print it out. Print content string. Okay. Nope. List object has no attribute data. List object has no attribute data. Okay, so this is a list. If this is a list, okay, so this is a content list, right? Content list. And thank you very much for following. Sunless Night, thank you. Thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nyancat? No need to decode. Let's just do content list, right? We got a content list. It's going to be decoded objects dot. I mean, we can just print out decoded objects. If we just print decoded objects, I mean, we did print it out. Hold on. Let's comment out everything over here. We'll work on this for another 10 minutes. Jason says, sites that teach phishing? I don't know any sites that teach phishing. Let's put on another... Let's do this for another 15 minutes. Because I really want to get this done, because we've been working on it for a little while. Okay, 15 minutes on the clock, let's go. For educational purposes. I don't have those sites, unfortunately. I've never looked into phishing too much. Okay, so we'll just... So this is the QR code object. Why didn't this go through? this should be commented out. Why is it not commented out? Did I not save it? Okay, so... alright. Alright. So this is it. This is the decoded data we need to send back. So data, so let's see. I mean, this is, I mean, they say it's a list, right? So if they say it's a list, then we need to extract the thing from the list. Okay. So we actually don't need all this stuff. It's going to be target string. Target string is decoded objects element 1. So this is the data string that we're looking for. This is the one that we need to send back. So decoded objects element 0 actually. So element 0. And we're just going to print that off. Print off the target string. Bitsking says, in my opinion, social engineering is not a skill. A skill is to find example 0 days into search for vulns and thinking how I can break into the system. This is a skill. Bitsking, I mean, I disagree. I think that social engineering is a skill, and you can definitely get better at the skill. Whether or not you want to think that social engineering and X development are, if you want to think that X development is better or is a more advanced skill than social engineering, you're free to do so. But they're both types of hacking, and I think they're both valuable skills. Sarah says, "What are you doing?" So we're just doing some programming right now. We're writing up a little script to get something specific done. We're decoding a QR code, we're reading the stuff inside the QR code, and we're going to send it back to the server. So let's see if we can get that done. Okay, this is the QR code object. The target string is decoded objects 0. So I think what we really want to do is we want to get the type for this. So print type target string. Okay, so pi_zbar dot decoded. I mean, this is an object. So if this is just an object, then this isn't going to work. Let's try printing out the type for decoded objects. So this should also be a zbar object. This is a list. Okay. Okay, so this is a list. So we printed it out. The QR code object is this. This is the list. And we just need to isolate this. So the decoded object is a list. But strangely enough, if we just print out the first element of the list, then target string equals data. Gerby says most elaborate hacks start with social engineering. I mean, social engineering is it's actually very important for people who are doing, especially like initial access. Initial access is mostly done through some sort of social engineering. So social engineering is hacking, and social engineering is relevant because social engineering existed before a lot of other hacks. Social engineering is just basically, it's trying to get people to do what you want them to do, and it's actually it's a very important thing to learn. And well, if you know how it works, then you can defend yourself against it, and that's another reason why social engineering is something that you need to pay attention to. Okay, so Henke says target string data. Yeah, Gerby. Yeah, it's hacking people. Well, I mean social interactions, basically. Okay, I would qualify social engineering as a soft skill. I mean, social engineering is a soft skill because it is social. Bisking says in social engineering, it's manipulating humans to get info. This is easier than getting into the system with hacking. Bisking, do you think that because something is easy, then it's not valuable? It's not valuable because it's not hard. If it's difficult, then it's valuable. If it's not difficult, it's not valuable. Is that what we're trying to establish? It is much easier to manipulate people to get access to a system than to use some sort of complicated zero-day hack that exists for software, for sure. But part of hacking is learning to look for the weaknesses in systems. So I mean, if you want to think that social engineering is not as valuable as some of the skills, that's fine. But it's still an important skill. Okay, so Hanky Loudwood says target string data. Target string data. Can we just print that out? Can we just print that out? Target string equals... I don't even know anymore. Decoded objects. Okay, Bisking says, Henke says, it's not easy to manipulate the IT guy, but the others, maybe it's possible. I mean, IT guys like to think that it's not hard to... IT guys like to think that it's very difficult to manipulate them, but they're people. They're people like anybody else. Blitzking says, if you have enough social intelligence, is easy. I mean, phishing is part of social engineering, yes. Yeah, social engineering is... Well, phishing is part of social engineering. It's one part of it. Okay, so... target string equals decoded objects element 0, and then print target string data. See if it works. Tuple indices must be integers or slices, not strings. Jason IT Solution says social engineering is awesome. I mean, there's a lot of stigma. A lot of people think that, you know, social engineering is not really hacking. It absolutely is. It's just that it's not hacking using code, so people dismiss it. It's really not a good way to think. Let's see. Bisking says the IT guy can also manipulate them. You can build the trust, and then you can get access. Yeah, I mean that's what social engineering is. It's getting people to do the stuff that you want by manipulating them. I feel like I'm not getting anywhere. Okay, let's go back to this piece of code here. So for object in decoded objects, so each element of the decoded objects is a thing. Decoded data equals object data decode from UTF-8, and I mean, let's just make a function out of this. Then we can return the thing. Okay, Raul says, no one ever heard of Kevin Mitnick? Kevin Mitnick is one of the great social engineering hackers. Okay, so we need to make the function. Make the function that gets the data. So do we need to... We can create it in here. Define get the data. Return decoded data. Okay, and what are we doing here? We are just needs .data. He was the most wanted hacker at one point. Yeah. Okay, so run get the data. And we're going to save this as target string. Then print it off. Print we can comment this stuff out. Okay. Jason IT Solution says, how good is Pwn College for Linux? Pwn College is great. So if you've never used Pwn College before, so it's pwn.college. It's a really good place to learn about Linux stuff. It's a good place to learn about reverse engineering and binary hacking, all that good stuff. I don't cover it on my channel because they don't allow any of their stuff to be live streamed or to have their stuff made into videos. So it is one of the best resources for learning about this kind of computer security stuff. Okay, so do that. Run the darn script. Expected something. What? Get the data. Oh, we need to put some parameters. Indentation. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is the... All right, so this is it. This is the string. So all we need to do is we need to... Jason IT Solutions says, I'm already killing challenges on Linux that side. That side? BizKing says, to build trust is not so hard. Many companies trust too fast. For example, I'll go into a company, then work for a year, then communicate with people in the company to build the trust fast and to get access. I mean, let's not talk about let's not talk about doing illegal things with social engineering. But yeah, I mean that's the theory. Nick says, "Hey, I'm learning how to code. I'm a real beginner. I've watched 2 lectures of CS50 and tried some of the tasks they give me, but I feel like I have no clue where to start." So Nick asked, "Do you have any tips, recommendations, or learning sites for me?" I mean, if you want to learn Python, which is one of the most popular languages, then I've got lots of good learning resources over here. This is this link right here. So for Python, you can look at the Python Institute, Python Essentials 1 and Python Essentials 2. So this is a very highly recommended course for me. The 2 courses span 70 hours of education. And the learning environment there is very good. They've got an interactive console that you can use. You don't need to install Python yourself. You can run it all inside of the exercises themselves. It's very good for learning about Python. And yeah, so the only thing we've got here is for Python right over here. But that it's very good if you want to learn Python. Projects are the best way to learn. Yeah, if you need to get to a certain place with your knowledge of the language before you can start working on projects. But Nixter, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're very close. We're very close to solving this challenge. So this is a string right here. Let's just make sure it's a string. Yeah, so this is a string. We need to turn it back into... Oh man, this is all screwed up. Okay, define the QR code object, make the function that gets the data, and this section here is get the data from the QR code. I guess we'll print something out with an F string. Hi Cheyenne, MD Explains. Hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're gonna print out a message. This is the target string we need to send to the server. It took a really long time, but I think we're going to be finishing this exercise pretty soon. Just remove decoded from the function and it'll return the bytes. I mean, is it that easy? Okay, we'll give it a try. Bytes object is not callable. Return decoded data. It looks like we do need to encode this. Okay, BitsKing says, are you going to be popping bottles with models? No, we're not going to be popping bottles with models, nope. Do not use the brackets. Okay, so Yeah, okay, so these are the bytes. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Henki, for letting me know about that. If people have enough social and emotional intelligence for this, social engineering is not hard. So, I mean, are you still saying that social engineering is not hacking? Or social engineering is not to be taken as seriously as other types of hacking specialties? Okay, so these are the target. This is not a target string anymore. These are target bytes. And if these are target bytes, then we can just send them back to the server. So send the challenge back. Print sending challenge, send. I guess we can just tell these bytes. Okay, and that's done. X metric in before root. I mean, we're just about to finish the challenge. Okay, so we got the challenge, we finished it. That took a really long time. But we got the thing, and let's send it back to finish the challenge. They want me to log in, that's fine. Bitsking, your definition of hacking is not the same as my definition of hacking. So you think that social engineering is not hacking? Hacking is interacting with the system to get a result that is beneficial to the hacker. And if you do social engineering, you're interacting with the social system and getting a result that is beneficial to you. So social engineering is hacking. Okay, so let's go to the labs. And let's submit the flag. Okay, done. Great. Everybody, that was a guided walkthrough 4. That was a guided walkthrough 4. That was a guided walkthrough 4. The level 31 challenge from Temperance CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's move on. We are very, very late, and we don't have very much time to do the next topic. So we got the Nightmare Reverse Engineering course that we're going to be guided limp through. I mean, we struggled a lot. I thought it would be a lot easier than that. Let's see. Anki Lodwig says, hacking, in my opinion, is a way to get something different from the ordinary way. Yeah, I mean, this is my definition of hacking. Let me just a second. Okay, so according to my definition of hacking, this might not be your definition of hacking. It's this. So hacking is interacting with the system in an unintended way that benefits the hacker. So interacting with the system in an unintended way. If you're interacting with the system in the intended way and it benefits you, that's not a hack. So you have to interact with the system in an unintended way, and it has to benefit the person that is doing the hacking. Yeah, so Xmetric, it's pretty, I mean, it's pretty much exactly what you have over there. Taking advantage of loopholes equals hacking. So, like, by that definition, like, social engineering is hacking. Okay, let's get out of here. And before we go, I guess we need to record the script that we created. Because if we didn't if you don't document something, then it didn't happen. So we're just going to save this out on the GitHub as level number 31. Where are we? Extreme couponing equals hacking. Well, I mean, if it's extreme enough, then you're getting something for essentially nothing. So yeah, extreme couponing could be considered hacking. Okay, so what are we doing? This is a walkthrough. Tax fraud equals hacking. Well, I mean, if it's fraud, if it's actual fraud and it's illegal and they catch you, then it's not hacking. It's just, you know, you breaking the law. If it's a tax loophole and you get away with it and you save yourself millions of dollars, then it's a hack. I mean, the tax havens are hacks. So I mean, let's see. So Apple tax haven. So Apple tax haven, Ireland. So European Commission ordered Apple to pay 13 billion euros in unpaid Irish taxes. Is the Apple tax haven in Ireland? Yeah, so Apple decided to establish their corporation in Ireland to avoid paying taxes, because otherwise it would have to incorporate in California, which has much higher taxes. Tax structuring a business is a hack. Hello, in an unintended way, how so, since no one is doing that deliberately? Okay, so, Colo, are we talking about tax loopholes, or are we talking about Apple now, or what are we talking about in an unintended way? So Xmetric says, is backup.php in the current directory and base64 encoded and readable? Wait, are we talking about the same thing, Xmetric? Let's see. Rascapeo asks, what is the first step to hacking? The first step to hacking is understanding how the system works. So Xmetric says that's why multi-millionaires always have multiple bankruptcies. I mean, if you can use bankruptcy to avoid debt. Yeah, that's a hack. That's a hack, and Kola says, unintended way. How so, since no one is doing that deliberately? The first step is to watch CSI, and the second step is to build a GUI interface to track the IP. I guess that's one way to do it. Okay, but we were supposed to be learning about hacking stuff. Where are we? Nightmare. So this is the course that we're following to learn about reverse engineering and binary hacking. Forgot to bypass the firewall. Anyways, let's move on to the next topic. We're not going to be doing this for very long, but let's see. Topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here, and topic 4 is on deck. Firewalls are for noobs, water walls are where it's at. Okay, let's give ourselves, I don't know, let's give ourselves 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and then we'll move on to the last part of today's stream. Okay, so guy in a tuxedo, nightmare, and where is the actual... Yeah, the static site is over here, and if you want to join in with us, this is the site we're looking at. Oh, we're talking about... Sorry, some other people are having conversations in here. I mean, no, that's there's nothing wrong with it. I don't want to get confused. Okay, so we're currently doing buffer overflows, stack buffer overflow stuff. And I think where do we stop? I think we stopped over here. Let me set up the environment. I think we saved... The last one we looked at was this one. Was it if then? Was it boy? Can't even remember. Seesaw qualifiers, we've got Vuln chat, we got modules. Modules, we got buffer overflow variables. Did we finish this one? Just do it. We did this one. So we need to move on to the next section. Call function. Okay, I think we were here then. Okay. So we're gonna be hacking this binary over here. So MD Explains asks, is writing scripts with Python haram? Haram meaning forbidden? No, it's not forbidden at all. It's what you're supposed to do. Sarah asks, are CTFs fun? I already programmed, but I need something to get me hooked on hacking and cybersecurity. The theoretical stuff seems boring. So you're talking about doing CTFs? Yeah, CTFs are tons of fun. I mean, I have a lot of fun doing CTFs. If you're looking for like a CTF playlist, I've got one over here on my YouTube channel. So let's see, Pico CTF challenges. You say that you already do programming, so the first few challenges on the list, they should be pretty easy for you to do. If you find that, you know, that challenge is too easy for you on the playlist, you can skip it and then move on to the next challenge. Try to solve the challenges without looking at the walkthrough videos if you can. But if you get stuck, use the walkthrough videos as a learning experience. There's like the playlist here has like 100 videos or 100 challenges, and you're gonna, even if you know most of this stuff, eventually you're gonna start running into some stuff that you don't know. MD Explains says, is programming with one hand while eating a pizza and screaming, "My father is a plumber," illegal? I don't think so. Why? I mean, I'm not too sure why you asked if writing scripts with Python would be illegal or not. It's pretty much the intended purpose. Okay, so let's download the challenge for the for this thing. So what is this? So let's look at the binary. So it's the warm-up binary. Warm-up here, okay. So this is the warm-up binary. We can download it. And this is what we're looking at over here. Okay, Bisking says, I go off, what? Keep going. It was interesting to hear different opinions. I'm learning something new. I hope you're streaming again later or tomorrow. Keep going. Thank you very much, BizKing. Well, I mean, we stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We try to mix up our topics, but we keep on doing stuff like binary hacking and Linux stuff and programming. Hope you can come and come by next time. Let's give you a keyboard cat to play you off. Okay, so we've got the warm-up binary over here. We're supposed to be hacking this thing. MD Explains $500. We don't have a redeem that gives you $500, unfortunately. Okay, so the warm-up binary here. Wow, what? So this looks like a hexadecimal address. Well, it's definitely a hexadecimal thing. Are we supposed to put something in? Okay, so what does this program actually do? So the first thing we should probably do with the binary here, when we're doing a binax exercise, is we should probably do some... So just inspect the binary. To see what kind of environment we're talking about. So we can run Robin to do this. So this is x86 architecture. This is a 64-bit binary. It's an ELF binary which runs on Linux, and it was compiled using GCC. It's little endian, and I don't think there are any real memory protections in place that we need to pay attention to here, so I guess we can just keep on going. So what does the challenge want us to do? And thank you very much, Sero Oni, for following on Twitch. I don't think you can give me money through the PayPal account, MD explains, but thank you very much for the sentiment. Okay, so where are we? So let's take a look at the binary. Okay, so this is a x86 executable, great. So 64-bit binary, when we run it, it displays an address. It looks like an address from the code section of the binary versus another section like the libc, and prompts us for input. When we take a look at the main function in Ghidra, we see this. Okay, so when we use Ghidra, it'll give us a disassembly, or a no, it's a what is it called? So it's this disassemblers, and it's a decompile. So it's a decompiled version of the binary, which is going to look like C code. It's going to look like pseudo C code, and this is what it would look like. We can simulate this ourselves by doing Ghidra, by running Ghidra ourselves. I think I installed it in here. Ghidra. Yeah, we've got Ghidra. So let's just run Ghidra and open up the binary. RC memory leaks haram. Yeah, they're all haram. Okay, so we're gonna open this up in Ghidra, and I guess we can open up a new project. Okay, so we got no active object project. Okay. Why does it send us back here? I want a new project. New project, non-shared project. We'll call this warm up. Okay, and then we'll import a file, and that's in our downloads directory, the warm-up binary. Okay. Alright, so after that we'll just press OK. We will double-click on the warm-up binary here to examine the binary inside of Ghidra. We'll analyze it. Okay, and oh, everything is really small. I don't want everything to be this small. I think we can change the font. MD Explains says, what if I hacked your accounts to get all of your money? Will the US government get me and put me in prison? I'm not American and I don't live in the USA. I don't live in the USA either, MD Explains. I'm Canadian. Let's not do hypothetical situations where you hack my accounts. That's not very friendly. Let's not talk about stuff like that. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to Canada mentioned. Stasix, are you Canadian as well? Okay, let me look up really quick how to change some stuff inside of Ghidra. Here we go. Stasix, are you, well, I mean, if you're okay sharing where you live in Canada, are you in BC? Are you in Ontario? Somewhere else? Okay, so we can, let's see. Specific view fonts, edit tool options. Okay, so inside of Ghidra, edit tool options. Can we go to font? Wow, Canadian! I love cannabis. Is cannabis the first thing you think of when you think of Canadians? Okay, so can we change all the fonts at once? That'd be nice. We can change these manually. 24. We'll apply each one of these. Yeah, okay, we can change the size of this font. We can change the size of this font. Okay, I mean, we can see nice and big now. I guess the other thing we're gonna do is we're gonna turn on dark mode because we're not real hackers unless we do dark mode. Change dark theme. Okay, so how do we do dark theme? Is there something for theme? Open the dark webs. Hello, nice to see you here. Baba, nice to see you here. Are you dealing with assembly? We're dealing with the Ghidra decompiler program, or I guess it's a reverse engineering tool. But I'm pretty sure there is a way to turn on dark mode. Something about themes. There is BG color at the top. At the top? Okay, so Ghidra dark theme. Doc say main window edit theme. Okay, main window. Edit theme, switch, Dark theme, please. Yes! Okay, now we're hackers. Because we're using, yes, missed it was the previous page. Yeah, okay, well, I mean, we got the dark mode working, so now our hacker credit has gone up. So what do we need to do with this? We can take a look at the code window for the functions. So we want to look at the main function. Can we make this a little bit bigger? I haven't gotten completely used to what Ghidra looks like. It's a bit disorganized. Okay, Stosic says, you missed my response to my whereabouts. I'm a van dwelling college student in Alberta. Oh, interesting. Stosic, hey, sorry, I missed your message. I was busy trying to wrangle with the dark mode instead of Ghidra. Can I? It would be nice if this window is also had bigger font. But let's see. So the main function is here. And what we want to do is we want to look at this in one of the windows. Which window? There was a decompiler window. Yeah, here. Oh, this is really small. Properties. Let's increase the size of the font here. Okay. So this is what they were talking about in the exercise. Here. Okay, take a look at the binary. I think I'm looking at the wrong window. Just a second, everybody. I'm looking for warm-up. Yeah. Okay, so easy function addresses, input, character, input 64, and Hanky asks Stosix, is cannabis the wrong language? I thought that's pretty women called for. Cannabis? What are we talking about here? Cannabis is marijuana. Stosix says, you're all good. You had to deal with the flashbang of the program not being on dark theme. I'm off to the gym. Gonna study. Happy hacking. Happy hacking, Stosix. Nice to hear we've got a fellow Canadian around. Okay, so what are we doing? So write warm up. Write this stuff over here. Easy function address. Easy function address. Get the input and then return. So they've got... So we can see that the address being printed is the address of our function easy. Where we look at the address in Ghidra, it's this. After that, we can see that it calls the function gets, which is a bug since it doesn't limit how much data it scans in. And since input can only hold 64 bytes of data, after we write 64 bytes of data, we overflow the buffer and start overwriting other things in memory. With that bug, we can totally reach the return address, the address on the stack that is executed after the ret call to return execution back to whatever code called it. For what to call, we can see that the easy function will print the flag for us. In order to print the flag, we need to have a flag.txt file in the same directory as the executable. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. We can create a flag.txt file. I think we've got one here already. So cat flag.txt. We got the flag, okay, and we've got the we have the warm-up binary over here. So this is, I think this is what they call a ret to win challenge. So it's basically overwriting the IP instruction pointer with the address of the function you want to run. And in this case, we want to run the function that gets us the flag. So I'm just gonna use the Radare2 program to inspect warmup. We're going to analyze all the binaries, and then we're gonna take a look at all of the functions. So AFL is all function list. So we have a main function, of course. There's also the easy function over here. If we take a look at the main function, so we can do PDF print disassembly function at main. We see that the easy function is here, and what we can do is we can actually take a look at the easy function. Let's see. PDF at sim.easy, and the easy function does this. So it just runs the cat command on the flag.txt file. So this is what we want to do, since you know, each one of these. Jason IT Solution says, do you think AI is going to phase out hacking, like ethical hacking? I think AI isn't done shaking up the environment. We don't know what's going to happen in 5 or 10 years, but I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a lot of AI stuff that's going to run, that's going to have a really big impact on the IT industry, like in general. As far as ethical hacking being dominated by AI, I don't know about that. We're going to have to, you know, take it 1 year or 2 years at a time, and to see what effects all of these AI tools are going to have on the industry. But in the meantime, we can keep on honing our skills, because if you rely on AI to do all of your cybersecurity work, you're in for a very bad time. So if you forget how to do cybersecurity and just have the AI do all of it for you, you're gonna have a very, very bad outcome. Okay, so the easy function over here is going to print the flag, and we want to use our buffer overflow to execute this function. Cypher says, I got a bizarre response after interview. I don't know how to respond. What response did you get after your interview, Cypher? Okay, so if we want to run this function, we need to find the address of the function. So we can do AFL. It'll tell us the addresses of the functions. So the functions live at different addresses inside of the binary when it's inside of the program when it's run. And hi Ro, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so Sim Easy is at this hexadecimal address over here. So this memory address, we just need to copy it, and well, I mean, we want to run the function. So this is being pointed to by the program when we run it. We just need to figure out how much we need to overwrite in the program before we hit we overwrite the IP address, the IP pointer. Okay, so we're just going to run the thing, DC. So this is the IP address. This is the memory address of the function we want to run. Andy explains, your messages are kind of strange right now. Why are you sending messages like this? Cypher says, responses in email starts with congratulations and not unfortunately, we regret to inform you. Definitely a real job, but very strange. Is that a, wait, was that a rejection? Was that a rejection email? Asi asks, I'm not a programmer, but watching this stream in the background is relaxing while studying basic IT. Well, I mean, if you enjoy the stream, I very much appreciate that. Okay, let's put on some new music. How about some Faster Than Light? Okay, I'm doing the same, configuring NeoVim. Okay, so let's just send a lot of data to the program. It should be over 64 bytes. So they said that the memory buffer was 64 bytes. We'll try sending over 64 bytes and see if it actually... Okay, so we've got signal 11 error, and we're going to take a look at the registers. So the registers are full with what? The IP... So this wasn't enough to overrun the IP. Does this font make me look fat? How big is the font? How big is the font? Okay, we'll try sending double the amount of A's and see if it overflows into the IP pointer here. So the RBP has been overrun with our A's over here. We can tell by looking at the register. But what we want to do is we want to control the IP pointer here. Okay, let's reset. And we'll run the thing again. So we'll send double the amount of A's. And the IP pointer still hasn't been overrun. Let's try that again. So the IP pointer still hasn't been overrun. Stasic says, does this zip make my waist look thin? I'm actually off to the gym now. Okay, have a good one. Have a good one. So we still haven't overwritten it. Let's try again. Let's just try sending just a lot of stuff. Okay. Still haven't overwritten the IP. Okay, so let's take a look at what the course is telling us. So let's use GDB to figure out how much data we need to send before overwriting the return address so that we can land the bug. So I'll set the breakpoint after the gets call. Okay, so with a bit of math, we see the offset. Chloe Anderson says, what's up? What's up, Chloe Anderson? Hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? It's the meme that never dies. Okay, so they want us to set a breakpoint after the gets call. Okay, so where's the gets call? So according to the assembly over here, the gets call is this. So we need to set our breakpoint over here. So we're just going to create the breakpoint at this memory address, and we're going to run the program. Okay, so let's try sending a lot of A's. MD Explain says if MD message type equals strange, MD stop chat messages. Are you trying to say that you're a bot, or are you trying to say something else? Let's listen. MD Explains. I appreciate the chat messages. Just try not to send really weird chat messages. Okay. All right. So we'll use Python to create some strings. So we know that the buffer is the buffer is 64 bytes. So we'll try sending, I don't know, 128 of these A's and see if we can get some results. Okay, send those A's. Okay, so we hit the breakpoint in the program that we set up, and you can take a look at what is in the memory registers with the dr command here. It looks like we still haven't overflowed into the RBP, the base pointer here. So I guess we need to send more. Okay, so we'll reset the binary. Then we'll run the thing again. Oh, this is before. Yeah, this is before the binary crashes. Okay, so what are we doing here? Result breakpoint. Okay, so breakpoint 1. Search for this pattern in the memory. So what are we looking for in the memory? Saved registers. So we've got these two, the RBP and the RIP. So these are at two different memory addresses here. It looks like we're doing some hexadecimal math. Saved registers. Let's take a look. So these are different for us. So hex 7 FFF something something for RBP. Not the same one. We can see that after hex 48 bytes of input, we start overwriting the return address. With all of this, we can write our hack. Cypher says, I forgot what congratulations means. I've ever seen, unfortunately, when making applications. Congratulations means, what? Congratulations means congratulations. Congratulations means congratulations, Cypher. Cypher, are you... Do you think that this job offer is kind of weird? Do you think that it could be for like a strange company? Okay, so hex 48 is what is that in decimal? So it's a 16 32 64. So that's 64 plus 8. So 64 plus 8 is 72. So we're talking about 72 bytes. So if we're looking for 72 bytes, we can just do that with Python. Listen, MD explains. Stop sending weird messages in chat, okay? Just don't do it anymore. I want to be nice. Stop sending those weird messages. Okay, so let's try sending this amount of A's to the binary and see what happens. So we need to break our breakpoint. Where is it again? Here. Okay. I think it's db minus to break the breakpoint. Is it still here? Okay, so Fixit42 says, I went in and checked my Epic. Now I already had Human Resource Machine. I got it as a free weekly game at some time. Yeah. I mean, they usually I've seen it before for free on the website. But let's go ahead and take a little break because we've got ads running on Twitch right now, and we're just going to take about a minute where I'm going to have a little water break. After we come back, we will switch over to a new topic. Okay, so it is time for some birds. Okay, so I mean, we're not making too much progress with the with the binary here. I think I'll take a look at it later, but we've got one more topic we need to cover on today's stream, and that's going to be taking a look at the new platform. So the new platform we're looking at is okay, we need to exit out of here. Let's kill the process. So we're looking for Ghidra. Let's get rid of that process. Ghidra. Okay. Actually, let's try exit Ghidra. You have made changes to your current theme. Do you want to save or abort your changes? Abort. And then don't save. And then we're out. Okay, good. All right, so let's do the last topic for the day. So this is topic number 4. And this is the OLIcyber platform. So there was an Italian chatter in here. I think it was last stream, and they started talking about the OLIcyber platform and whether or not we've done it or not. And what we're going to do is we're going to give it a try. I made an account over at olicyber.it for Italy, I guess. And if you want to try this out yourself, you can also make an account over there. If you encounter some Italian and you don't speak Italian, you can always do some translation. So after logging in, you'll see that we've got introduction challenges. So I'm guessing this means introduction. And there's 71 challenges, and we're gonna try out some of the challenges here just to figure out if this is a good platform for doing cybersecurity. So let's go ahead and we'll do this one first. It's called Sanity Check. So a Sanity Check challenge is basically a challenge that is designed to be solvable so that you can check whether or not your flag submission function works. And we can just translate all this. Translate selection to English. Okay, so in a series of challenges called challenges, some fundamental concepts. So basically, we just need to send this flag to the field below. Okay. All right, so let's see. Jason IT Solution says 1 successful Neuralink successful operation. 1 person is already out. And Elon is taking everything serious. So Neuralink is connecting people to, it's making like cyborgs or something, right? I haven't heard too much about it. So all we need to do is we need to submit this flag to the system. So we'll just submit this. Okay, it says valid flag, so I guess we're done. And I guess what we can do is we can just click out of this to finish the challenge. And yeah, with that we finished our first challenge. And what can we do? So there's I can't read Italian, so I can just kind of guess at what these challenges actually are. So miscellaneous 2 suggerimenti. Let's translate that. So this is suggestions. Okay. Ken PDX says, I've been getting ads in my dreams lately. It's very annoying. That's that's something that's going to happen if you become a cyborg, I guess. Okay, so this is suggestions. All right, so this is, let's take a look at the description. Can I make this nice and big? Okay, so this is big. We will translate this section to English. And it says, when stuck on solving a challenge, you can try opening the hints that might be present. Be careful, tips can cost points. So this flag is within the suggestion of the challenge. Okay, so we can click on the hints to get the flag for the challenge. So click on it. Do you really want to unlock the hint? Confirm. Okay, so flag advice from a friend. I guess this is the flag for the challenge. Close that. Submit that. And we're done. This is a pretty slick interface. So there's not a lot of loading in the background, which is something I like. And let's see. So challenge number 3. I mean, we could try doing all of these challenges. They're all worth 50 points. So I'm guessing they're not super... Huh, everything's worth 50 points. Even stuff like cryptography is worth 50 points. That's interesting. Let's try some different categories now. So we got network security, we got a PCAP challenge. So PCAP is all about investigating network traffic. So PCAP. Okay, and so we have a description here. We'll just translate this. The unfortunate thing is because we're dealing with a foreign language website, we need to translate all the challenge descriptions. So in this series of challenges will be some issues necessary to solve the challenges related to network security. Okay, to solve this challenge, you need to understand what a PCAP file is and analyze it. So we know what PCAP files are. So PCAP files are basically recorded packet captures of network traffic. And we've got an attachment over here. So we're just going to click on this to download it. And we've got nwintro01.pcap. We can open this up in Wireshark, and we can start looking for the flag. So let's take a look at this translation first. So the flag of this challenge is within the next TCP packet to the handshake. The next TCP packet to the handshake. Nixie CS, hello. Hello, Nixie. How are you doing? Let's give you a fun Hack the Planet. We're doing a different CTF platform today.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
So the challenge. The website that we're using today is called OLIcyber.it. It's an Italian website, but it's really, there are a lot of challenges here. So there's 71 challenges here. There is 114 challenges in the next part. And I think if we can do some translation, we can really get a lot of good mileage out of this website. It looks like Pico CTF. It does remind me of Pico CTF so far. So let's go ahead and try solving some more challenges. So where are we? We're doing the PCAP challenge here. We downloaded the PCAP file, and let's take a look inside. Alright, so let's see. I think it's called nwintro01pcap. Okay, so we're opening this up in Wireshark. And there's not very much in here. So most PCAP files are going to have hundreds or thousands of packet captures, but in this case there's not very much. So we can just... well, we could probably inspect each one of these one by one. There's so few of them. So we can just go up and down. Ah, okay. So we've got the flag over here. So flag says you know what a PCAP is. So we can just, I think we can copy this. Copy as ASCII text. So copy as ASCII text, can we... Okay, so this is the ASCII text here. We'll just delete all the rest of this except for the flag, and then we'll submit the flag, and we'll be done. Alright, click on submit, and it's finished. Okay, that's great. Okay, let's try another category of challenge then. So we got network security, we got web security stuff over here as well, and let's see. So this one is probably going to be super This one should be very, very easy. Huh. I mean, there's a lot of text in here. Let me copy this. We'll translate this in a website like translate.google.com. Okay, so we're going to detect the language. This is Italian. Okay. So the examples and explanations provided will refer to the Python language and its standard library, as well as requests and beautiful soup libraries. Okay, so basically they're talking about how we're going to be solving future challenges. It talks about the HTTP protocol, which is, I mean, this is something that you don't usually get from cybersecurity education platforms. They usually don't explain this stuff. I mean, I guess the other platforms assume you already know about the technology, but it's nice that they explain this stuff in here. It's worth noting that a URL is generally composed of a scheme. This makes it possible to represent resources that can be broken down into smaller parts. Well, I mean, let's take a look at the challenge itself and see what's going on. So there's a Python file here. I thought this was supposed to be web security. Wait, is this? Oh, okay. We've got a URL here. I'm just gonna copy it. We'll go to it in a different. Is that it? Is this all we need to do? I guess. Well, easy challenges are easy challenges. We'll submit the flag. But I wonder what the Python script is. So we got the Python script. Let's take a look at what's inside. Okay, so this is the script we just downloaded, challenge.py. Oh, okay. So this is probably the Python script that sets up the environment. Yeah, okay. So if this is the web app source code, essentially, let me try asking. We'll try asking the AI specifically about this. Okay, so is this Python code used to deploy a website or a web page? So that's what I mean, I think that's what it's, I'm pretty sure that's what it's doing. Okay. This Python code is used to deploy a simple web page, but it's clearly designed for a CTF challenge. Okay, so it creates a Flask web application, serves content on the root, serves the flag environment variable. The web page displays the contents of the flag environment variable, returns it as plain text, not HTML. Okay, this is clearly a CTF flag server. The flag is stored in environment variable. Okay. If this is running on a server, you would simply go to this thing on a web browser, and the flag would be displayed in plain sight. Hold on. This doesn't mention like a port number. Anyways, I think we're done with this challenge. Let's, yeah, we submitted the flag already. Okay, so we're finished this. Okay, and so that's web security. We could take a look at cryptography. I'm not good at cryptography. There's XOR stuff. Great. Let's take a look at an XOR challenge. Actually, you know what? We should probably start with some encoding. Okay, so encoding, great. What do we do here? So I guess we're talking about cryptography. Okay, I think what we need to do here is we need to do some decimal to ASCII here. And, you know, I like this. I like that there's a lot of documentation that goes along with these beginner challenges. Okay, so let's make this really big. Okay, so tackle cryptography problems. So encoding. So they talk about the encoding standards. They're talking about zeros and ones, and they talk about ASCII and why it's used. Where? Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Yo, yo, yo. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, are you trying it? Yeah, so we're currently trying out challenges from this Italian website. It's called OLIcyber.it. ASCII anything. ASCII anything. Okay, so, I mean, we could solve this using a bunch of different methods. I guess they really want us to try using Python. So we can use the CHR function with this list to write out a list. Write out a list of, for the flag, right? And so we can write a quick little script here to cover this challenge. Oh, where's 07? Oh, are you the user that suggested this website? Okay, so oh, cool. I remembered your name was like something else. It was something very, very Italian sounding. Okay, so let's see. We'll call this encoding1.py. So we've got this big list right here, right? We'll just call this big list. And we can do something to the big list. So for, let's see, we're going to create something called the flag string. This is going to be an empty string. For, or maybe flag string should be defined inside the for loop here. Maybe? Not sure. For I in big list, we need to flag string plus equals CHR of I. Return flag string. I guess print flag string at the end. And let's see if this works. We're doing a lot of expected something. Oh, I need to put in my my colon. Okay. Ah, okay, done. So, I mean, that was that wasn't so hard. Anyways, let's go ahead and submit this flag. So yeah, so this seems to be a pretty good platform. It's a pretty good platform for learning cybersecurity stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and submit that flag. Okay, and yeah, we're done. I think you're trying the intro challenges. Yeah, so these are the intro challenges over here. So where 07, how many of these challenges have you finished? So we're just trying out some of the easier challenges in the different categories. So we got cryptography, we've got software security. I'm 18 in the score. You mean rank 18? Rank 18, wow. Let's see. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. Okay, so number 18, Omni-Man. So, I mean, you are at the top of the list, so I have to assume that you know a lot about all this stuff. Otherwise, you wouldn't be number 18. Okay, yeah, this is super cool. Okay, so we got network security, we got web security, cryptography. Let's try one from the from software security over here. A little bit. That seems kind of humble. Okay, so we got architecture, we got strings. Let's try strings. So strings number 1. Okay, so it says, well, oh, so this is probably a challenge where you need to run strings on the binary, and then you get the answer that way. Let's delete all the stuff here. The next 3 challenges are structured to be similar to some reverse engineering challenges you might encounter in competitions. These programs ask for the flag or a string in general as input and verify its correctness. A useful tool that you will find all the strings contained in the files is strings. I mean, seems simple enough. So we've got an attachment here. We're just going to download it. So SW4. This is going to be in the downloads directory. So this is a 64-bit binary here, and they indicated to us that what we need to do is we need to look at the strings. So we can just run strings on the binary, and these are all of the human-readable strings that were embedded into the binary when it was compiled. So I mean, we're looking for a flag, and there's probably a flag in here somewhere. There is a flag. So when you're looking at these kind of when you're looking at these CTF environments or these kind of competitions, the flag is always going to be in a certain format. So it's going to be the flag prefix, which is this part, and then there's going to be something between some squiggly brackets usually, and this is the flag contents. So the entire flag is this right here. So we're just going to copy this, we're going to supply it to the challenge, and solve the challenge. So we're done. Okay. So we haven't come across any super difficult challenges so far, but I guess if we keep on working, eventually we'll come across some really difficult ones. Okay, so let's keep on working through these. Let's see. So if anybody has a category they want me to tackle, then go ahead and let us know in the chat, and I'll try out a challenge from that category. We've got miscellaneous, network security, web security, cryptography, and software security. But in the meantime, maybe I'll try another cryptography challenge. So we got encoding 2. Okay, so we're still talking about bits and bytes. Okay, so I think this is talking about hexadecimal. So you can also turn these hexadecimal strings into... You can turn these into ASCII. Alright, so let's grab this over here. So in Python, you can turn hexes into strings with this function over here. This is something that was also talked about when we did our lessons with CryptoHack. But let's go ahead and get the description for the challenge. It might help us out. KenPDX says, I miss the old days when crypto meant cryptography and not scam tokens. Yeah, me too. Me too. Okay, we've got... So each byte is transformed into a sequence of 2 characters. Okay, so yeah, so this is binary bytes turned into hexadecimal characters. So in Python, byte sequences are managed through the bytes class, and the hex method returns the corresponding hexadecimal string, where the bytes from hex function returns the byte objects corresponding to the hexadecimal strings. To obtain the flag, transform the following string into the corresponding sequence of bytes. So we've got this challenge here, and we can just do a little Python script. They really want us to use Python. That's fine, we like using Python. Which challenge is this? Is this encoding 2? Encoding 2. Okay, so this is going to be a hex string. So this is a hex string. What we need to do is we need to decoded string equals hex string. Oh, we need to make sure this is a string. If we don't put it between some quotes, this is not a string, it's interpreted as something else, and Python will not like that. So, so let's see, decoded string equals hex string dot... What is that function? The function is bytes.fromHex. Bytes.fromHex. On hex string, okay, and then we just need to print that out. So print out decoded string. And I think that's all we need to do. Okay, let's run the script. Sarah asked, do you use Nano for all of your coding? I shouldn't use Nano for all my coding, but most of the time I'm not doing anything super complicated, and I'm not usually using anything that's I'm not usually coding anything that's really complicated, and most of the functions that are covered by more serious IDEs, I don't know, I mean, I don't think I'd have to use them. So hexadecimal can be AB, a bad babe, that's interesting. Okay, so this is the flag. And let's go ahead and submit this. Okay, so Where07 says, if you tell me a category you like, I can provide you with a slightly more complex and even fun challenge. Where07, I'm sorry that I missed your message earlier, but yeah. Well, I mean, let's try some, if you tell me a category, yeah, for sure. What category should we try out? Let's try some web security. Because I've been working with a lot of web stuff. It's interesting that they do a lot of explanation inside of the challenges, so I really appreciate that. So for example, if we go over to... Oh, they even talk about the different methods. So you got options, head. I mean, most of the time, people aren't paying attention to the options method. But it looks like they've got they go pretty in depth into talking about all of the different technologies. So where has a challenge? So challenge number 53. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Okay, Zio Frank. So what does it say? Uncle Frank has a nice site, but to find the flag you have to be administrator. Okay, okay. So we need to find some way to become the administrator on the site? Sure. Okay, let's take a look at the website. Okay, we got a... Is that Frank Sinatra? I think it might be. Okay, don't have a login register here. I mean, do test, or you can admin. But I don't think that's the way to do it. I think what we need to do is we need to register. So username, I don't know. The Shy Hat. Password. Okay, so we'll try logging in as the Shy Hat. Log in. Okay, so no flag, you're not admin. So, okay. What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our cookies. And rack session, huh? Rack session. You have a file to download too. Oh, did I miss that? You have to take a look at attachments. Okay, so we also have a file to look at with this challenge. Let's take a look. So we'll download the GZ file. Hopefully it's not password protected, otherwise you're going to have to take a look at what the password is. Where's that file? Frank. gzip, okay, so gzip means we have to gunzip it. gunzip Frank. And so now it's a tar file. Tar. This is a POSIX tar archive. Okay, so tar. What is, let's see. TLDR tar. Create an archive, create a zipped, extract a compressed archive. This one over here. So tar xvf. Okay, so what? Oh, this is the entire website. Okay. That's interesting. Most of these challenges don't. Where did it put this stuff? This is really cluttered now. Let me get rid of some stuff. Maybe I'll do it later. Hold on, let me make a directory to put this in. Okay, now we're at our gem file. Static and views. So static, register, we got login. So we probably find the solution in here. Okay, we can take a look at the... Wait, if this stuff was just sitting around in the HTML files, then... I'll be a little bit miffed. Okay, so you're not the administrator. I guess one of the things we could try is we could try to register the administrator user. Actually, wait. Before we do that... Yeah, admin. Admin is the user. So we'll try registering an admin user. Admin, password, password. And Tufetch, oh, hello, nice to see you here. Hungry Paimon indeed. Let's, everybody, why don't you try using this emote right here. It's a free one that was created by our good friend Panico Panko. It's the Shy31 Ha. So you can go ahead and give this a go. Oh no, no. It's supposed to be the Shy 31 HUH. Like this. Yeah, this one. You can give this one a try if you like. Okay, so register that one. And I guess... Did we actually create the account? Okay, no flag, you're not admin. Okay, so let's take a look at the rest of the website. So password 2. Okay, this is how you register. This is what we're looking at. And the login form probably doesn't have anything super suspicious in it. Unless there's actually, you know, some credentials in here. I don't think so. And we've got our Frank Sinatra here, of course. Style.css, that usually doesn't have anything super important in there. Okay, and so this was a static directory. There's another directory to look in as well. So there's the views directory. Index.erb. What is an ERB file? I don't think I've come across this HTML document, ERB. Okay, so this is... Huh, okay. So this defines... This is where we go after we log in. So the flag is this, otherwise say nope, no flag for you, you're not admin. Yeah? If session is admin. Okay, so let's take a look at our cookie. We might be able to manipulate the cookies in this case. What is the name of the challenge? Sometimes the name of the challenge gives you some indication as to how to solve it. So Zio Frank, just Uncle Frank. I mean, it's got quite a few solves. It shouldn't be that difficult. Hold on, wait. Okay, so they give us no flag, you're not admin. Let's take a look at our cookies. So there's no cookies here. Add session is admin maybe? Add session. Do we add a cookie? If session is admin. Session is admin. Maybe. Yeah, let's try adding one. Okay, so this is going to be is admin, and the value is going to be true. Well, I mean, we can just make it 1, and we'll reload the page. Don't think that was it. Let's make it true instead. Reload. What does that code say? If session is admin. Okay. So there's a gem file. There's nothing else in the views directory. Index.erb. Is this the page we're on right now? Check your session and try to decode that. Yeah, let's... Cookies, cookies. These are the cookies. So, I mean, if this is, ShinBDR says, caught you on live again. Glad I could make it the second time. I'm messaging from class. Teacher's right there. Are you in a computer science class right now, or are you doing some other class? Okay, so... I wonder what kind of encoding this might be. It might be base64 encoding. Oh, interesting. It looks like session ID, public something something, and then a bunch of stuff. Is admin, invalid input. So how much of this is actual base64 encoded data? It looks like they've got another teaching calculus and derivatives CS classes later. I mean, I don't know anything about calculus. I hope you're learning a lot of good stuff. If you're really good at math, then you're gonna have a much easier time learning about cryptography. I'm not good at math, so I'm not good at cryptography. But yeah, if you want the Discord, this is it. Okay, so we got session ID, and then we got is admin. So what kind of cookie could this be? Oh, okay. So this is I mean, it looks like this could be like a JSON, and this could be a JSON object. Okay, so if we take the entire cookie, we could throw this into CyberChef or something. cyberchef.io. Okay, and then we from base64. The other thing we could do is we could just throw magic at this and see if magic does anything. So magic is the magic decryption. Well, I mean, that doesn't seem to be working here, but took a look at main. There might be a way to decode the cookie. Take a look at main. Main. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. So require Sinatra, require MySQL 2, require secure random. So we just need to figure out, so this is Ruby, right? Okay, so we're creating we need to figure out how it creates the cookies. Nope. So I got gem file, we got main, we got static, we got views. So I guess the secure random. Not too sure what's in charge of making these cookies. Is there anything else in the static directory? Login registered in style CSS. Sinatra. There's probably. It's unlikely that there would be anything hiding in the Sinatra JPEG file. That login might be SQLi. SQLi? I joined the Discord. I'll make as much contribution as I can. Thank you very much, ShinBDR. ShinBDR, thank you. So login. Okay, and this redirects you to login.html. Password error. Password error. Okay. Want a little hint? I'll take a little hint. Okay, it's not a very simple SQL. Okay, so look at the main Ruby file. Okay, so we got enable sessions, flag equals environment flag. Host environment DB host, username, password, database. So Henke says admin as a username, put anything for the password. I could give it a go. ShinBDR says how much do you do bug bounty? I don't do bug bounty. I do web stuff, but I don't do bug bounty specifically. But if you have a question about bug bounty, you can ask it. If I don't have the answer, I can't answer the question, but you can ask the question. Okay, so this is the username. Put anything for the password. Okay, so what else do we have here? So create the users table, users ID, username, password is admin. Post admin init. Oh. There's an admin init. I mean, this points us at some... I mean, another interesting thing is this registration endpoint here. Because if we were able to create new users with extra parameters, that would be very useful. So what about the admin init endpoint here? Get admin init. So it says if you do a post request to admin init, so username equals admin secure random hacks. Hack smarter! Oxygen Eater, hello, nice to see you here. As rated with 21 viewers, hello. That will init the admin post parameters. And welcome to the stream. Hack smarter, not harder. Hey, everybody, have a great go to hack, everybody.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
All right, thank you very much for the raid, Hack Smarter. You know what? Let's give Hack Smarter a shout out. If you're not following Hack Smarter, what are you doing with your life? Hack Smarter is a great cybersecurity education content creator. And Shinbidar says, I've recently found a bug. Their debug mode was true on the production website. And I went to find the endpoint where I abused a static file leading to a private information, personal identifiable information leak. Why was it marked as low? Oh, you recently submitted this bug to, okay. Smack harder. That's great. Axel Kopp, hello, nice to see you here, as well as other raiders. Cyberstormy, The Real Bilbo, Sozo Joseph Moore, and Oxygen Eater. Thank you very much. What were y'all doing on Hack Smarter's channel? My name is the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity content here on Twitch. We're currently investigating a new CTF website from Italy. So if you haven't tried using websites from other countries before, it's actually very interesting. You just need to be able to translate some stuff from one language to another, but it gives you access to a lot more stuff. So this website over here, the OLIcyber.it, it's kind of like it's kind of like Pico CTF, but it's in Italian. HackSmarter says we were working on the brand new HackSmarter Labs, my own CTF platform. Wow. Would it be okay if I checked out your stuff and covered it on stream, HackSmarter? It's like the spaghetti western of hacking. Well, I mean, it's more like the Duolingo of hacking because I have to do a lot more translation stuff to use this. On Tyler's channel, we were doing AD on a new lab that Tyler launched. It's awesome. It's technically $9 a month, but I'll give you a free sub. PM me on Discord. Awesome, HackSmarter. Let me. I would love to cover some of your stuff on the live stream. But yeah, I'll give you a shout out on Discord, and we'll start talking. Okay, so Hanky Ludwig says you can post to the endpoint admin init with parameter username, and it'll make you an admin. Hold on, let's take a look at that code. Admin init, username equals admin secure random.hex. Password equals this. Return insert into users, username password is admin. Okay. So where 07? Thank you very much for coming by, and thank you for recommending this challenge to us. I hope to see you again. Let's give you a keyboard cat to play you out. Okay, so I guess we do a post request to admin init. Statement on execute username password 1. So username password 1, and I guess is admin will be set to 1. Username is whatever username, and password. So okay, so if we were to do this with the website, where's the website? Here. This is the website. We want to do a curl request. So curl to here, but we want to send a post request. So x post with some data. The data is going to be username, password, hold on. Where's my nano? Here. Okay, post admin init do username password statement. Insert into users. Username password is admin values something. Return username. So username password. So username password. So in this case, we want to username, the shy hat, and password. See if this goes through. ShinBDR says, I'm going to go to the next class. I'll watch this after if you post it on YouTube. Bye-bye, everybody. So see you next time, ShinBDR. And yeah, thanks for coming on by. Let's give you a keyboard cat to play you out. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a little break. Okay, so we'll be continuing in just a second. Put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Okay, let's see if we can make this post request to this endpoint and get a good result. Username admin something. username, admin, okay, we got this user, this admin level user, and I put the password as password, so I'm guessing that we can just log in as that user. Let's try. Okay, let's go back to the login page. Okay, username is this, password is password. Login. Password error. Thank you very much for following. Work. Huh. Didn't I set the password? Admin this thing. Password. Login. Is there something I'm missing? Okay, so the password is in Pentester Network. Hello. The password is in the username. Okay, so return username, 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 username. Oh, so it's the... Is it the number portion of the username? Hold on, let's give this a try. Secure random is the same. We got this username here. Do we just submit the username as the password? Username, password is the same. No. The password is in the username. Only the numbers. SecureRandom.hex. I mean, if that's the case, then we should be able to just copy this and submit this as the password. But that's not the case. Username admin, password is random hex. Okay, so username is this. I mean, we could do this over and over again. We're sending a post request. Do we need to actually send any data along with that? Just the admin. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's take a closer look. Insert into users. Username, password is admin, and execute username password 1. Password equals securerandom.hex. So securerandom.hex, it's appending the random hex as the password. I mean, yeah, it looks the same, but when we just submit the hex as the password, do we need to decode this hex? I mean, I wish it were that simple. Just put the username as admin. Admin? hold on. Alright, if that's the case, then it'd be admin and then this. But yeah, that's not the case. Unless there's something specific about this function. Username is admin plus secure random hex. Password equals secure random.hex. I mean, it should be the same. It should be the same, but I'm not too sure what's happening here. Okay, let's try asking the AI, because the AI knows everything. What would the username and password be if this code is being used? And try logging in as your post data. Okay, username followed by a 32-character hexadecimal string, a random 32-character hexadecimal string. Both are generated using secure random.hex, which produces a 16-byte random value as a 32-character hex string. The username has admin prefix admin added to it. So the credentials are completely random and different each time this endpoint is called. The password is not returned in the API response, only the username is returned. You would need to check the database directly to see the generated password, or the code would need to be modified to return it. This appears to be an initialization endpoint for creating an initial admin user. Okay, so, I mean, I guess one way to do this is to create a list of 32-character hexadecimal strings. But that's a lot of hexadecimal strings. We can't brute force this. Or at least brute forcing it would take a really long time. So if it was the same as the one that was appended to... The code is going to create two different hexadecimal strings. So does this code create two different hexadecimal strings? I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, so it creates two different random hexadecimal strings for the username and password. So it's called twice independently. And so it will always generate two different strings. So this isn't how we want to do it. Okay, so is there some way we could look at the passwords? Because the passwords don't get returned to us. So there's a registration endpoint. So we just insert into users, username, password. Can we register a user that's already there? So if we can register a user that's already there, then we can change the administrator's password. So if we take this is a registered user, and we go to the registration endpoint. We register admin whatever, set their password to password, and then click on register. I mean, does that work? Now we try logging in. And our user is this, our password is password. Oh, that was it. That was it. Wow. That was interesting. Okay, so we got our flag. Done. Done, done, done. Done like dinner. Drive Fast 32. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Which challenge we're looking at? Zeo Frank. So Zeo Frank, this is challenge like 53 or something? Zeo Frank, let's submit that that flag. Done. Done, 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 done. Okay, you know what? Let's do a write-up for this. 'Cause you know what? It was an interesting challenge. Let's go over to HackerFrogs walkthroughs and let's make a new category for this. Okay, so this is going to be OLIcyber. So OLIcyber, this is a web app, and this challenge is called Zeo Frank. Is it called Zeo Frank or just Frank? Zeo Frank. Okay, so what are we doing? So we need to record a few things when we do our write-ups. So the URL of the challenge, the concept behind the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Hold on, let's change. Oh, you know what? I forgot to set a time limit for... How much time do we have? Let's do a 90-minute time limit. Actually, let's do 60. I don't want to end too late today. So we'll go for another hour or so. Let's play some music. Okay, so yeah, so I highly encourage anybody who's out there and likes doing CTF exercises, try this out. Try out the OLIcyber platform. You do need to translate the challenges to do them, but there's so many challenges to do over here, and they actually do a lot of explanation, especially at the beginner levels, and it's been a lot of fun. Okay, so the URL is here. The concept is reverse engineering Ruby code, insecure user registration. So the method of solve. So there's when we look at the main.rb file that is used to create the website, you see that there is a post request function. Or there's a function rather. There's a function that creates an admin user. And I guess we will include the code snippet over here. So the code snippet is this part. Yeah. So this is the code snippet we need to pay attention to here. So this code creates an admin level user and returns the name of that user. But it doesn't let us know the password. So, fortunately, the same code has an insecure registration function or user registration function. And then we can put in the code that has the user registration function, which is here. So this code doesn't check if the username exists or not, which means it could be used to overwrite an existing user's password. Okay, and so what we do is this. So what we do is this. No. So first, we create an admin level user on the system, and we can just do this with some curl. We have our curl command over here. When we send this curl request, we don't need to actually send any data. We just need to send a post request. The data portion can be completely blank, and it creates an admin level user. It gives us the user's name. Okay. Whoops, we don't need this part. Okay. So after the user has been created, we can access the registration endpoint and register a user with the same name as the admin user and set their password to whatever we want. Log in as that admin user and the new password to get the flag. Finis. Done. Okay, great. All right, and let's go ahead and do another challenge. So that was a pretty cool challenge that was introduced by our good friend Ware07. And let's go back to...
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Thank you very much, Sozo. Hack the planet. Hack the planet. Let's do another challenge. So this is I mean it's great to explore these new cybersecurity education platforms. And where was the Zio Frank challenge? Zio seems to be a very common pattern in Italian. So this is the web security from which event? So Italian Olympiad Cybersecurity Olympiad, the Italian Cybersecurity Olympiad. So, I mean, yeah, this is pretty cool. Let's, this one is called Into the Linux Rabbit Hole. I mean, we have to do this. We have to do this. It's called Into the Linux Rabbit Hole, but it's got a very limited number of solves. So I don't know how, I don't know if we can do this because, it looks very difficult. Let's try solving some easier challenges. I don't want to be stuck on one challenge all night. Okay, so we got some introduction challenges. Let's just move around. Okay, so this is the web challenge number 10 and HTTP options. So options isn't something, it's not a method that I use very often, but let's see what we've got over here. So we can translate this challenge. So far we've seen various ways to interact with the resources an HTTP server provides. So this is what I really like. I really like these in-depth descriptions for the technologies that we're going to be interacting with for these introductory challenges. So the goal of this challenge is to determine the set of supported verbs for the resource. Try using a common and unexpected verb and observe the response. Okay. So what is the domain? So here's the link. And we're going to try using the options method. So if you want to try this out yourself, you should be able to access this even without an account. But let's try using curl. So curl, get a verbose output, and we'll try using the options method. Okay, so allowed, head, options, and get. Unauthorized. Oh, you know what? It's probably unauthorized because we don't have the right cookies. So I guess you can't use this unless you have an account. Okay, so I guess we're going to need to supply some cookies. What are my cookies for this website? Okay, let's get those cookies. So PKID. I wonder which one is a session cookie. Can we copy this as a set? Add item, delete all session cookies. I mean, I guess we can copy them one by one. And if we want to supply multiple cookies, we need to separate them by these semicolons. Okay, let's give this a shot. Unauthorized. Let's try viewing the website in Burp Suite. Okay, so I'm gonna need to log into the website again using the Burp Suite browser. Proxy, open browser, and I'm going to need to get my password. Okay, and we need to log in. Huh, there's an English version. Wait. Could I have just used the English version of the website all this time? Hold on. Verify I'm a human, okay. Have I been struggling all this time for no reason? I mean, it sure is possible. Credential error? Okay, so we need a email address, mandatory field. Okay, let me make sure that my password is the one here. Login. Why does it say credential error? I'm confused. Maybe I'll do a password reset. Just a second. I'm gonna work off screen for a little bit. But in the meantime, while I'm working off screen, why don't you watch The Birds? Do I have a good one? I think I've got a good one over here. Okay, just a second, everybody. I'm gonna try to fix my problems. Sure is fun to do technical difficulties. The birds look lifelike. Great AI. Why, they couldn't be more real if... Huh. I'm getting a bunch of credential errors. I'm gonna have to reset my password. Just a second, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna check out my... I had to access my email to reset my password. I got an error message. I'm gonna have to translate that from Italian. Okay, it says an email has been sent to my address. I don't see the email. Okay, let me try one more time. If it doesn't work... We've sent a password reset email to your address. I hope you're not getting banned. I also hope I'm not getting banned. I mean, they might not... I don't know what the streaming... what the streaming rules are for this website. It could be that somebody reported me, because I'm not supposed to be streaming their stuff. I'm not sure. Okay, but I mean, we have a valid session right now. I'll figure it out after stream. We can just skip this one and we can go to another challenge. Okay, let's do an XOR challenge. Oh man, we're doing more XOR stuff. Actually, maybe before we do that, we'll try encoding number 3. Henke Ludwig says, I got reported once by HackTheBox and got banned for 3 months from YouTube and not HackTheBox. Huh. I didn't know that YouTube bans channels based on what other companies give them. That seems a bit strange. Okay, cryptography, we've got... What is this? Okay, so let's take a look at... Is this base 64? So it looks like what we need to do is this. So let's go ahead and take a look at the translate. Okay, the challenge flag is broken into 2 halves. Decode the first part from base 64, while for the second part, convert the given number in base 10 to bytes in big endian. Okay, so the first part is base 64. I mean, that's easy enough. We can just take this, we can echo it out, and then we can pipe it into base 64 decode. Okay, so this is the first part of the flag here. So if this is the first part of the flag, we just need to get the second part of the flag, which is convert the given number in base 10 into bytes. So this is base 10, turn into bytes in big endian. So they also talk about a method inside of the challenge here. So let's see. Z to bytes, N endianness, where N is the, oh, okay. So this is, well, I mean, we would do Python, right? I guess we could do this all in Python. So nano encoding 3.py. So this is the big number. Big number equals this. This is an integer. And we also need, let's see, import base 64. And the big number is this, and the base 64 string is going to be something. So the base64 string is this thing right here. Paste that in. So we just need to do a little bit of coding magic. And what is the coding magic going to be? It's going to be... So the first part is the base64 string. So first part equals base64 dot b64 decode the b64 string. Okay, and the second part is going to be doing the operation that they suggest in here. So Z to bytes N endianness. I guess is big endian in this case. So Z, it's not going to be Z, it's going to be big number. To bytes base 10, big endian. So we'll print out a message. This is the flag. First part, second part. I wonder if this is going to work. Well, we'll find out in just a second. Oh, did we create this as encoding too? Name big is not defined. Oh, okay, hold on. This has to be a string. Int too big to convert. Too big to convert? Overflow error, int too big to convert. Hold on. Okay, let's translate this part. Okay, we'll go over to Google Translate. We'll translate this part. In Python, to convert a byte object back to an int object, it's convenient to use int from bytes. Okay, so that's create the integer object. To convert an integer z to bytes, you can instead use the z 2 bytes n endianness function. N indicates the number of bytes to use for this conversion. Oh, the number of bytes to use, followed by the order given by endianness. Okay, so it's not 10 bytes. I guess we would use 8 bytes or 7 bytes. Okay, I clearly haven't used this function before. The Z, okay, now I believe you're Canadian. I mean, I switch over from saying the word Z to Z, depending on what the word is. But yeah, I'm pretty used to saying the word Z. So, okay, so let's ask. Let's try asking over here. We want to use Python to convert this big number to an ASCII string. Okay, ASCII string, you need to interpret the number as a sequence of bytes. Yeah, I mean... Note that the number might have leading zeros in its byte representation, which you need to handle appropriately, but in Python, when converting an integer to bytes, we can use the 2bytes method. So let's see, number.bitLength. We can let Python handle it by using the 2 bytes with a calculated length. Okay, so num bytes 7 or 8 big. Why is it this complicated? I thought it would be a very simple thing. Num bytes big, number 2 bytes, num bytes. So num bytes is going to be 7 or 8 big. So I mean, this is very close to what I have already. So the number of bytes is 7. The big number is this. I mean, is there a way that we could convert this to bytes in another way? There's probably a web application that does something like this. Big number dot 2 bytes. It still says that it's the number's too big. Overflow error, integer too big to convert. We could also give the error to the AI and maybe it can make some sense of this. Why would we use 22 bytes? This gives us 44 hex digits. You need to use base 10 hex. Base 10, wait. Well, I mean, we've tried using base 10, it didn't work. So if we give the number 10, it says integer too big to convert. If we try using 16, I mean, this is not a hex string, so this shouldn't work. But what does the AI actually wants us to do something different? So it says it wants us to do 22 for some reason. I mean, I don't know. Why is it 22? Okay, maybe... And what are these random null characters right here? The null bytes. Read the instruction. Read the instruction. You need to base 10 hex. Read the instruction. Okay, you know what? Let me see if this is the correct flag first. If it is, then we'll take a look and try to figure out what is actually going on here. Wait, it's all bits, always has been. Okay, Well, this is probably the flag. It's most likely the flag. But why? Okay. We'll try to learn. We'll try to learn from the AI after we submit the flag. Yeah, okay, this is the valid flag. Okay, so but wait, what if the number has leading zeros? For example, if the first character is A, but the number is represented without a leading zero, the integer does not have leading zeros. Just a second, I need to change the music. Okay. The integer does not have leading zeros, so if the string has a leading character with a code less than 128, it has to be represented correctly. But if the first character has code 0, then the integer would be smaller, and the 2 bytes would not generate the leading 0. So if the string is supposed to have a leading null byte, we need to know the exact length, but since ASCII strings usually don't have null bytes, we are probably safe. Let's compute the number of bytes. So the number is about this. The number of bytes is... So it's the big number, and then divide by math.log number by 256. This gives us 21 something, so 22 bytes. So the string should be 22 characters long. We can also do this really big thing. But why 22? Let's check the exact length. So the number in hex, this gives 44 hex digits. Since each byte is 2 hex digits, that is 22 bytes. So we can safely use 22 bytes. Therefore the code is this. The number might be too large to fit into 22 bytes. Actually, 22 bytes can represent numbers up to... And our number is less than that? Okay. You know, today I learned. Today I learned that you need to... You need to use specific numbers. Okay, so what does it say in the... To convert an integer z to bytes, you can instead use the 2 bytes NDNS function. N indicates the number of bytes to use for conversion. The number of bytes to use for conversion. So that's the number of bytes in the result. So that's a new... So maybe 20 is a good number. 20? I mean, it could be 20. Let's adjust it and make it 20 instead. See if it still... You'll remove the null bytes that you got. Let's do 20. Yeah? Yeah, it seems like that was the correct answer. But why? Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. We got like 20 minutes left that we can do for the stream. Let's do an easier challenge, please. Okay, so no more cryptography, please. No more cryptography, please. Let's see. Pwn tools, dynamics, stack. Let's do the stack one. Okay, so this is software challenge 7 stack 1. And I wonder if we can change our language from this menu over here. If that's the case, then we don't need to translate from Italian over and over again. This program saves the flag to the stack using move instruction and then exits. It is often helpful to look at the disassembled code, not just the decompiled one. Okay. Let's look at the challenge. So this is software 7. Before we do that, let's go up to the top. Maybe we can change our language. Challenges. Actually, let me check my account. So yeah, this is the email that I used. Oh, keep in mind that this is not my actual name. This is not my actual name. This is just an alias that I use when I register for different websites. Reset password, edit. Okay, so can we... If we go home, can we change the language? It doesn't look like we can change the language. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we were doing software number 7. Okay, so I'm just going to download the challenge. Hanky says it's on the login where you can change the language. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Distracted Jester. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet. We haven't done this in a little bit.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the binary. So this is going to be called SW07. Gotta spell stuff correctly, everybody. So this is a 64-bit executable, sure. Let's take a look at the program inside of Radare 2, my favorite disassembler program. Can't open for writing. What? Oh, we need to make it executable first. So if it's not executable, you can't open it with the debugger. Okay. So let's take a look at the main function. That's fun. So we got the flag over here. It's being moved byte by byte into this variable. Okay, and then so the variable in this case is called variable 110 hex. Wrench, hello, nice to see you here. Distracted Jester, hack the planet. Hack the planet. Hack the planet. And you know what? Let's give you some, what is it? All the things. Drink all the booze and hack all the things. Whoops. All the things with an S.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so I hope you're all having a great Friday evening. And what are we doing here? So flag, yeah, so this is the entire flag here. We just need to grab the variable 110h at this point over here. So this is the breakpoint we're going to set in the program. So db that thing, run the program, and we can take a look at the variables by doing AFV. So the one we want to look at is this one right here. So variable 110h. we can inspect this by doing px at this address right here. So the flag is actually this here, and we can copy it and submit it. Done. Great. Okay, let's move on. So we got stack, we got strings, and I guess we could do. So that was stack 1. What is this name of the site? So this is OLIcyber. So it's the Cyber Olympiad for Italy. Awesome when using. You know what? Sometimes Radare works, and sometimes you look really dumb using Radare. So Zero Saber says, "Are you a CTF player or a pen tester?" I worked as a pen tester for about half a year. I guess I can call myself a CTF player because I really like doing CTF stuff. But I see myself more of an educator these days. So I really want to get people into cybersecurity. And I want to help them learning. I want to help them learn, beginner level skills. It's a 2 or 3 day or a platform. This is a platform. So the challenges are here. They're evergreen, and there's something like 200 or 300 challenges. And thank you very much, Redacted.io for gifting 5. How many gift subs is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you very much, Redacted.io. And you know what? Thank you very much for gifting the subs. If you have a subject that you want me to cover on the live stream, you can give me a message on Discord. So Redacted.io, if you could join the Discord, give me a message on there and tell me what subject you want me to cover on the live stream, and I'll cover it. Stasic says, "What's good?" Stasic, I see you're back from the gym. Hope you had a good time. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. And yeah, I really appreciate those gift subs. Yeah, give me a message on Discord, and I'll let you choose a topic for the live stream. Okay, so let's continue. So what are we gonna do? So network security, web security. I guess this one looks interesting as well. Stream TCP? Actually, maybe that's not so. Let's see. Filters. OSCP Prep 1. Do HackSmarter Labs, they're fun. Yeah, I'm supposed to talk with Tyler, HackSmarter, about getting access to those labs. So I'll shoot HackSmarter a message on the HackSmarter Discord. Let's see, there's Tyler. I'll just send them a friend invite, and I'll send them a message. Okay, I just sent that message, and yeah, we might do that in the future, because Tyler said that they were going to give us access. HackSmart is still lurking. I'll respond to your message right away and give you access. Thank you, HackSmarter. And you know what? This might be a fun website to cover on the live stream, as well. Okay, so we got some cryptography, some software security. We've done this already. Maybe we'll do one more. So we got strings, we got stack. There's only one for stack, huh? There's let's try the dynamic one. Let's see if it's difficult or not. Okay, so they're talking about Ghidra here. Save this site for another day. So the next challenge introduces the concept of dynamic analysis. So try solving the dynamic series of challenges without using static analysis tools like Ghidra. This binary executes the open flag function call. Find the flag by using the ltrace command, a tool that allows you to trace functions by calls executed by a binary file. For example, you can install ltrace on Ubuntu with apt install. Okay, let's try out the challenge. Where are we? Here. Okay, so we can just download the binary and check it out in the downloads directory. So it's SW8. Okay, and let's run it. Let's run the thing inside of Radare. Okay, so what did the challenge description say again? This binary executes the open flag function call. Find the flag by trying the ltrace command. Okay, so I guess we don't need to be looking inside of the binary itself. We can just try using ltrace. So ltrace and what? Okay, so ltrace SW08, and let's see what happens. Okay, we need to specify this directory. Okay, so let's see, puts execute open flag, executing open flag. Open flag. Okay, is that it? It just runs the function that prints out the flag. So if we just run this thing by itself, it just gives us this message. All right, so let's submit that flag. And before we move on to the next challenge, I just want to take a look at. I want to take a look at the binary inside of Radare. So Radare. Oh wait, I think we've got it over here. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at the functions. So all function list, AFL. So there's a main function. Aside from the main function, we don't really see anything. There's puts and there's open, and that's it. Okay, let's print the disassembly function at main. Wow, it's even easier if you use this method. But yeah. Oh, this is just a string. Wait, you should be able to just run the strings. You should be able to just run the strings command on this. So did you just run strings on SW8? You should see the flag in here, near the top. Yeah, so the flag is just in the strings. I mean, it's kind of anticlimactic. Do PCAP challenges. I am not good with PCAPs, but this might be grep it. Yeah, we could probably grep it. So just strings and grep. Just like that. Let's try a PCAP challenge. I'm not good at PCAP challenges, but we can give it a try. Let's see. Network security. Let's try stream TCP. I mean, this one kind of gives away what the method would be, but we'll give it a try. There's also the method. Sorry, the protocol that we should be looking at, I think. Okay. So this challenge focuses on TCP conversations. So the flag is split character by character across multiple TCP packets belonging to the same session. Since the file is large and contains many scattered ICMP packets, the most efficient solution is to filter the session of interest and display it in its entirety. Okay, so we would do... So this is in the downloads directory. It's called... Where are those PCAP files? Oh, this one. Intro 7. Okay, so we just open up the file. This will open up in Wireshark. It is... So they said we were supposed to be looking at TCP conversations. So here's a TCP packet here. We will follow the TCP stream. Oh man, this is no fun. The flag is incoming. I mean, how many streams? Right. Okay, so this is done across multiple packets. Yeah. So if you scroll up and down, it'll tell you down here which packet belongs to which character. So we can just, I think we can copy this, right? Copy. So we can copy that. We can put it in like we can put it in some sort of text file. Paste it in. Anyways, we can save this, right? And then we can cat it out. So we want to do some magic, right? What magic are we gonna do? So tr delete the new lines. If we delete the new lines, we get this. Done. Follow the white stream Alice. Okay. Stazik says, I SSH'd into my Ponagochi for the first time. Where are the PCAPs at? That's, I haven't heard of the Ponagochi before. I've heard of the name, but I don't actually know what it does. Wrench says, could we have done TCP contains flag in it? Yeah, probably. But we would only get this part. The flag is incoming, but we wouldn't get the actual contents, because the contents are fed one at a time, so F and then L and then A and then G, all in different packets. So we wouldn't be able to get this. So let's submit. Okay, that one is correct. But what you're talking about is searching by the packets, right? So we would do a narrow and wide display filter string flag, and we do find something. Do we? Here. Here? I mean, the word flag is in here. Wrench says, so using T-Shark would have been the hard way to get every packet and then combine them into one. Stazik says, it's a pen test tool built off of a Raspberry Pi. It does a deauth attack to force handshakes to collect PCAPs for password cracking. I don't think I haven't done very much Wi-Fi stuff, but one of these days I need to get around to that. But yeah, I mean, listen everybody, if you want to get good at doing packet capture stuff, then your best bet is to probably try out Hack the Box Academy. And there's a specific course over there that I want to recommend. As soon as I can log into my Hack the Box. Just a second. Stasix, yeah, there's a course on Wireshark that you can take over there. And let's see, where are the modules? Modules, all modules. It's a tier 0 module, which means it's free. So what I like to do is I like to recommend free stuff to the people in the community, because not everybody has a bunch of money. And I remember being broke and wanting to learn more about cybersecurity stuff. Let's see, Introduction to Traffic Analysis. Here it is. Okay, let's go. This one right here. So I'll just leave this in the chat. Wrench says, I love free stuff. So do I. I think free stuff is awesome. Anyways, let's can we do? I think we've run out of time today. Oh, Wrench has done this one. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so let's talk about what we're doing next week before we finish off the stream. Like I said, this is an awesome website. If you, well, I mean, I'm not sure if you can actually switch it over to English. If you can switch over to English, it's pretty much perfect. But even if it's in Italian and if you have to do some translation, it's still a really good website for learning about CTF stuff and for, you know, solving challenges and stuff. Okay, let's talk about what we're doing next week, because I've already posted the schedule for next week's streams. I will be doing all the PCAP ones. It looks like there are quite a few of them. Okay, so week 37. We got Linux Mondays, we got Web App Wednesdays, and we have Variety Fridays. So we're going to be trying some different stuff next week. Well, on Monday, I'm going to be trying to hack with Agentic AI. I bought myself a subscription to ChatGPT, so I'm going to try to see if I can get ChatGPT to do some hacking for me using its agentic capabilities. So we're going to be doing our puzzle gaming as normal, and we're going to be doing some new Linux challenges. On Wednesday, we're going to be doing an SQL hacking demo for the Friends Challenge. Yeah, that was we did this pretty recently, but it was a very fun SQL hacking box. So we're going to be, AI will take our jobs. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's still going to be a need for people who actually know cybersecurity, even if we've got AI pen testers and AI, you know, people designing the stuff. Because if you let the AI do everything, then your own skills will gradually atrophy, and that's a really bad thing. Okay, let's see. So yeah, we're also going to be doing some SQL injection challenges. Are we though? I'm not too sure about that. And on Friday, what are we going to do? So we're just going to do some. We're going to do a new segment over here on HackerFrogs. We're going to do cybersecurity news of the week. Well, I mean, it's not news of the week. It's more going to be like news of the month. We're going to do one segment a month where we talk about all the hot cybersecurity news. And yeah, I'll probably figure out the rest of the schedule later on. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. and let's see if there are any fun and awesome people we can raid into over on infosecstreams.com. On Hacker in Capital is a Spanish streamer. Unfortunately, we had kind of a weird experience raiding into their channel last time. So maybe we'll take a look at who else is on Twitch. Okay, it looks like we've got Moo Hoodles. So Moo Hoodles, we've got Science Streams. Okay, so Science Streams is a really great channel, and they do all sorts of what is it called? Science content. So let's go and see what they're doing right now. Okay, it looks like they are looking at bugs. Okay, so everybody, here's the link for Science Streams. And if you're looking for any other links, let me know right now, because we're gonna be raiding and ending stream pretty soon. Okay, let's start that raid. Okay, everybody, when you arrive on the Science Streams channel, if you could give this message, I would really appreciate it. It is OSFrog, hip hop, hack OSFrog. Okay, looks like we've got we got ads, but this is the message I'd like you to all send. Everybody, ready to raid? Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you on Monday. 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.